what I'm gonna do is put this audio up on YouTube. Um, this is immediately intended for public consumption as a source for your own Wikipedia article, because anything that you say should be able to be used in it, right? So, um, uh,
Absolutely. Let's
yeah,
do it.
okay. So, how that's gonna work is I'm going to read to you your Wikipedia article. It's 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 pretty short actually. It's a it's a good condensed version of. I mean, it's not that good, but it's an all right condensed version of your history, and so then we can talk about it. You can stop me if you think if you found anything inaccurate in there, and once we're done reading it, we can go over and go past 2012. So, all right, I'm gonna start reading this now, and this is Wikipedia on the article for Brian Doherty, drummer. Brian Doherty is an American drummer, singer, songwriter, composer, music producer, and educator based in New York City. After starting his career as a member of the rock bands The Silos and They Might Be Giants, he has also worked with artists such as XTC, Freddie Johnston, and Ben Folds, and contributed to movie soundtracks. As of 2014, he has released 3 albums of royalty-free drum tracks for songwriters, and in 2012 released his debut solo project, Treat and Release. Early life and education. Born in Brooklyn, Doherty began playing drums at the age of 7. Growing up in Randolph, New Jersey, early on he listened avidly to rock bands such as the Outlaws, Lynyrd Skynyrd, and Led Zeppelin. Doherty went on to play drums in his high school marching band, percussion ensemble, and a number of garage rock bands. He attended the Manhattan School of Music for both his undergraduate and graduate degree, studying under musicians such as Paul Price and Fred Hinger. He graduated with a Master of Music degree. Music career. Early years. After graduating college, Doherty began touring with Jonathan Butler and jazz artists like Noel Pointer and Lonnie Liston Smith. He was also a member of Second Nature and the Bob Baldwin Al Orlo project featuring James Robinson. Around this time, Doherty also joined the faculty at NYC's Drummers Collective, where he remained for the next 13 years. The Silos. In 1990, Doherty became a member of New York rock band The Silos by RCA Records. Doherty contributed to their Doherty contributed to their 1990 self-titled studio album The Silos, which led to the band's network TV debut appearance on Late Night with David Letterman. It peaked at number 141 on the US Billboard 200 chart. Salasu Mara quit the band following the release of The Silos. Subsequent Silos albums Doherty contributed to include Hasta La Victoria, 1992, Susan Across the Ocean, 1994, and Long Green Boat in 1997. While still periodically recording and touring with the band, Doherty also worked as a session drummer for artists such as singer-songwriters Freddie Johnston and Ben Folds. He appeared on Johnston's breakout album Can You Fly in 1992, and the album received highly favorable praise, earning 4.5 out of 5 from AllMusic. They Might Be Giants. In the early 1990s, Brian was recruited by They Might Be Giants. He was their second live drummer following Jonathan Feinberg and their first studio drummer. For 3 years, Doherty and TMBG recorded several albums, co-wrote songs, and toured internationally. His first release with the band was for their 1993 EP Why Does the Sun Shine? In August 1994, he contributed to their Back to Skull EP, shortly followed by their full album John Henry. John Henry was their first album to utilize a full band arrangement rather than synthesized and programmed backing tracks. The album's name, a reference to the man versus machine fable of John Henry, is an allusion to the band's fundamental switch to more conventional instrumentation, especially the newly established use of a human drummer instead of a drum machine. John Henry is TMBG's longest record and was the band's highest charting adult album, having peaked at 61 on the Billboard 200 until 2011's Join Us, which peaked at 32. Later, he played on their 1996 album Factory Showroom and their 1998 live album Severe Tire Damage. Session musician. After leaving They Might Be Giants, Doherty went on to work with groups and artists such as M2M, Frank Black of the Pixies, Twyla Tharp, XTC, Freddie Johnston, Christy Thompson, Madder Rose, Simone Hardy, Chip Taylor, Monopuff, John Platania, Sol Seppi, Guy Davis, Gary Lucas, Haruko Nara, John Langford of the Mekons, and John Linnell. Doherty has also produced a number of recordings, including Miss Lum's Airport Love Song, described by Billboard as exquisitely wrought. In 1995, he contributed to A Testimonial Dinner, The Songs of XTC, by Thirsty Ear Records. In 1999, he contributed additional drums to the album State Songs by former bandmate John Linnell. The album spent 4 weeks on the CMJ 200 chart, peaking at number 18. In 2000, Doherty went back to graduate school at the City College of New York. After earning a master's degree in elementary education, he became a classroom teacher as part of the New York City Teaching Fellows program, teaching music in the South Bronx. In addition to being a full-time music teacher, Doherty has been able to maintain a stake in the music business. In 2000, he drummed on albums for artists and labels including Chip Taylor, Bloodshot Records, John Platania, John Langford, Guy Davis, and PJ Pacifico. In 2006, he drummed on The Bells of 1-2 by Sol Seppi. He has also remained active as a drummer, playing private events and Broadway shows. He's worked on the Broadway productions of Rent, Hairspray, and Little Shop of Horrors. He also drummed in the debut of the Broadway show The Times They Are A-Changin' in October 2006 at the Brooks Atkinson Theater in New York City. In 2009, he provided drums for the Guy Davis album Sweetheart Like You. Keep It Simple series. In December 2010, Doherty released Keep It Simple Volume 1, a CD of royalty-free drum track recordings. Volume 2 was released in early 2011 with each of the 14 tracks around 3 minutes and performed by Doherty in a single take, without any editing or digital enhancement. Volume 3 was released on October 15, 2012. According to Doherty, the tracks are largely intended to provide an organic drum line for producers and songwriters. He has stated that most loops on the market are only short segments and are sometimes too complex to be truly helpful. I wanted to create a collection of drum tracks similar to what you might expect from drummers like Mick Fleetwood or Jeff Porcaro, while remaining faithful to my style and musical instincts. Treat and Release 2012. In 2012, Doherty teamed up with two other long-term session musicians, guitarist Todd Novak and bassist John Yates, to form the rock and roll solo project Treat and Release, with Doherty handling drums and vocals. Later that year, Doherty released the pop and rock studio album Treat and Release, his first solo release. The 9-track album was recorded on 2-inch tape, and beyond Novak and Yates has supporting musicians such as singer-songwriters Marshall Crenshaw and Mike Viola, Robert Curiano of Mink DeVille, and bassist Tony Mamone. In October 2012, he was the feature of a short film titled Who the F is Brian Doherty, which looked at his career in the music industry and future plans. I'm sorry if I mispronounced a bunch of names in there. I've only ever seen some of these names written. Then this has
all right.
Then this.
You did good.
Thank you. And then this Wikipedia article has a whole discography section. See also further reading, references, external links. That's standard. But
Gotcha.
Yeah. Any inaccuracies?
No. I mean, you know what? It's not bad. I haven't looked at it in a while. The timeline. I'll tell you the sort of the origin of this. I did have a Wikipedia page years ago, and then I can't tell. Can you tell when this was last edited?
Yeah, let me look at the history. This was last edited on April 2nd, 2024, and these are a lot of like minor edits. but it
Ooh,
seems to have been
okay.
sporadically edited over the years.
Gotcha. And I think way before that, s- I'm gonna ballpark it sometime around 2013 or so.
Mm.
Someone approached me online and said, "I'd really like to redo your Wikipedia page," for which I was like, "Yeah, go for it," and they did. So I think that that's pretty much what we're looking at. Although I'm sure other people could have been in there to sort of update it and so on.
Yeah.
So yeah, any as to your question, any inaccuracies? I wouldn't say inaccuracies. Maybe there's lots of holes.
Mm.
Maybe some of the timeline could be refined. For instance, the work that I appeared on with John Linnell, for instance, we recorded while I was with them with TMBG, but may have been released later. So
Yeah.
to an outsider, it might look like I appeared on the album in 1999, where in fact I probably recorded it in 1996, for instance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I kept noticing like a lot of stuff you know is the guy that helped you in 2013-14 ear flaps, because he seems to have edited this article a lot in 2014.
Uh, I'm gonna say I don't know. I really don't.
Well,
I really don't know. This was
yeah.
one of those things where some entrepreneurial spirit got in touch with me and said for $50 or something, I will update your Wikipedia page, and I was like, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
So that's kind of that's kind of the way it happened. I guess it's ear flaps. I don't know.
What a peculiar name, ear
I know,
flaps.
right?
But yeah. Yeah, I'm happy to do it for free, but I keep noticing things like
I'd prefer mud flaps to be honest with you, but
yeah,
ear flaps will do.
I keep noticing things like the Silos by RCA Records. That's just not how you write a band name.
Yeah, yeah, I
And
know.
a testimonial dinner, the songs of XTC by Thirsty Ear Records. That's not how you write a various artists compilation.
Right.
So
Yes. So this person may not have had like industry specific experience and you know, honestly, I mean, I don't know if others in my position feel the same way, but to a degree, I've read this a couple of times, but I don't really refer to this or I don't really like refer people to this.
mm,
Like, hey, check out my wiki. So those sort of things I just sort of let go, I guess.
yeah, but you want it to be accurate for people to read about it, right?
Absolutely. No, and I think at this point a lot could be added to it. A lot could be this could be tuned up a lot.
Yeah. All right. Well, where do you want to start with that then?
Um, okay, well, it all depends. I mean, because we could expand different sections.
Yeah.
We could start from the beginning.
Mm,
So basically, I feel like that's the snapshot. I mean, if there's any sort of you know, r revisions in terms of like better writing style and better tone, I would defer to you in terms
yeah.
of just like revising, shuffling words and replacing, vocabulary and stuff. Um,
Yeah. Sure.
I wouldn't quip with you on that. I would say that that the opening is pretty accurate. I would say most people, if they know of my work, would know of me by way of They Might Be Giants,
Mm-hmm.
and would definitely know of me by way of Freddie Johnston's album Can You Fly, which was it definitely was a breakthrough album for him. So uh, I wouldn't. I mean, we could add to that, but I think it's pretty accurate. If you're okay with it, we could leave it. Or if you feel like you have more clarifying questions, you can ask me, and then we can add it in that way.
Mm-hmm. All right. How about we do this? Is there anything you would add to the early life and education section?
Uh, there's a lot about early life when a musician is growing up, a lot of the bands they listen to, a lot of their influences, a lot of the drummers, I didn't mention any drummers I listened to.
Mm.
I didn't, I specifically, I think I definitely, I always mention this band, The Outlaws, and of course Skinner, because I feel that it's growing up in northern New Jersey, believe it or not,
Mm.
the presence of southern rock bands was so predominant. It was, it was like equal to Skinner, or I'm sorry, equal to like The Who or Led Zeppelin or any other, Deep Purple, any other classic rock band. The Outlaws and Skinner were just so popular in the Northeast at that time. But I also feel like um I don't find in reading the bios of other musicians, like not a lot of musicians refer to these bands as being big influences, yet these are bands that feature drummers. A lot of them had two drummers. The
Mm.
Outlaws had two drummers. The Allman Brothers band had two drummers. 38 Special had two drummers. A lot of these bands featured drummers and featured really, song, music that was song driven, that was really rhythm, that was really rooted in strong rhythm and strong drummers. None of these bands had crummy drummers, in other words, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I feel like if we want to say something to that nature of just adding that Southern rock often featured, was a big influence, as bands of that genre often featured two drummers. And I mean, let me know if I'm rambling, or or if none of this is useful. Just cut me off. But to be even more specific, like the two drummers known in the Allman Brothers band, JMO and Butch Trucks. I mean, JMO was always known as to be like the jazz component of the of the of their partnership, and Butch Trucks was always sort of the rock drummer, or the jam band drummer of their partnership. So I feel like that was a big influence on me, and I don't really hear other drummers talking about like listening to bands that had two drummers and how that affected them, right? In
Mm.
their motivation to like getting into the business and so on.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll probably add maybe a sentence or two where you describe this attribution and like this influence that you clearly still hold. Um,
Definitely. Yeah. And you're gonna refer back to this audio, correct?
yes, yes.
Okay. So
Because
you're gonna do it in your style, and I trust you that you'll sum it up. But I think that that's the essence of what I'm saying. I
yeah,
feel like it's a unique presentation. I don't really hear a lot of other musicians talking about it, you know.
yeah, yeah. And I
For the
mean,
Manhattan School music thing,
yeah.
you could add this. Like, let me say this about the Manhattan School music. I had like a long relationship with this school. It's not like I just like woke up one day and was like, oh, I graduated high school, I'm going to the Manhattan School of Music.
Mm.
The Manhattan School of Music had, at the time, like a very like groundbreaking percussion program, that was, had a department chair. This guy Paul Price that I mentioned, and this was not rock and roll. This was not jazz drumming. This wasn't even drum set drumming. If you went to this school, you were trained as an orchestral percussionist. That was their thing. Later on, like just as I was leaving, they just started to highlight some jazz, some college jazz, and I was not part of that. And right now, they're probably almost exclusively known to drummers for having a great jazz drumming program. But when I was there, nobody played drum set. I was like the kid. I was like the rock and roll kid coming to the other side, learning about new and experimental music of the 50s and 40s, like Schoenberg and Edgar Varese, and earlier on Stravinsky, and so on and so forth, and how percussion interacted in that sort of music and sort of this avant-garde orchestral world, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I went there as a high school student too. My parents sent me there on Saturdays. So on Saturdays, they had this preparatory program that was sort of a feeder program for their college. And they accepted high school students to come on this Saturday program, and that's where I sort of got the introduction. That's where I met my network of musicians. That's where I met, I had friends who introduced me to Frank Zappa at this point, and friends who introduced me to this, Los Angeles session drummers and so on. So, I mean, everybody was interested in popular music, just no one studied popular music there.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, some of us in this cohort went on to college there, and then others, became lawyers. They became doctors. They took a different path. But that school has and so I ended up staying there for 5 years for my college days, and I lived in New York City. I did not live on campus, so I got the full New York City experience of what it was like to be a poor artist, starving artist, during college years, and what it was like to, by stand in line for, dollar big band night at the Village Vanguard to see, jazz musicians and so on. So school and so I have a history with that school, but also the experience provided in conjunction with sort of living in New York and around New York at that point, at that time of my life.
Yeah. Do you remember what years you would have attended the Manhattan School of Music?
Hmm. So I attended the college from 80 to 85,
Mm-hmm.
and the high school era would have been 78 to 80.
Uh-huh.
So really 78 to 85.
Yeah. Um. All right. How about we go on to music career early years?
Sure.
This is a section that needs a bit of explaining. Um.
Yes. So
Yeah.
first, I think we can kind of delete. There's some, I don't know why at the point we decide, or whoever decided to, this band Second Nature was sort of a pickup band of youngsters that um, doesn't really, what's the word? Doesn't really require mentioning. It's not really sort of a resume item, let's say.
So
So
it's kind of inconsequential.
yeah, we can delete that, and we can delete. And I mean, Bob Baldwin to this day is sort of a well-known smooth jazz keyboard player, and he's become like a smooth jazz radio host
Mm-hmm.
in that genre, and become sort of well known. But back then, we were just starting in the business together. We played sort of in a jazz fusion ensemble, and that was the name of his band because his partner was Al Orlo. But I don't think we can. I think we can nix that as well.
Well, my personal policy is I don't delete anything from Wikipedia articles. I just add on, unless the information is inaccurate, in which case then it will be deleted and replaced with a more accurate statement. Even Eric has something on his. I mean, he was pleased to mention to me that he was in a band when he went to Berkeley, in 1980, 81, and 82, and that band was called Ooh Ah Ah. And apart from the fact that they were extremely early users of the Roland 808 drum machine, it was also a very inconsequential group. And so that could have, you know, that could have basically been nixed from his article, but I didn't, you know, I think for me it's like you want to see the steps the musician has taken to getting where they got, and if that means they entered like a very inconsequential group called Second Nature at one point, then that happens to be just a thing. You may not
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You,
no, totally. I think that's a great point. Let's stick to that. And
yeah.
but I can add to that because it wasn't like I just popped out of school. And I mean, Jonathan Butler is a well-known jazz guitarist. He's actually an excellent singer.
Mm.
Sort of, and if you've never heard his work, he's sort of in line with a George Benson type. He can write songs, he can sing songs,
Oh yeah.
he can produce artists. He's had record deals. He's been super famous, you know, and he's always surrounded himself with great musicians. But I could say, like, let me just tell you, like, I'll just give you a verbal sort of upgrade of these early years. But
Mm.
after graduating, I instantly started playing with, it wasn't really Jonathan Butler. It was this guy, Noel Pointer, who was a very well-known jazz violinist. And he had record deals at that time, we and I was fortunate enough to be hired to play drums in his band. And that's where I got my first sort of touring experience. And the tours would be little sort of weekend dates, or what I call, like, little fly dates. We'd fly to Fort Lauderdale, play 3 nights in a jazz club, fly home. We'd fly to, Chicago, play 5 nights in a jazz club, then fly home. It wasn't like we were on tour, touring relentlessly. It was he had work. He had consistent work.
Mm.
And he was a very good showman. He was also a great singer and a great songwriter, and he had a big following. And he would often be on the bill with other very well-known jazz acts like Stanley Clarke, who was a bass player for Return to Forever, Al Jarreau, um, Lonnie Liston Smith, who I mentioned, but that's where I got to know Lonnie.
Mm.
Um, I'm trying to think who else. Just a lot, a trumpet player named Tom Brown. So he exposed me to this other world of sort of rhythm and blues, or jazz, instrumental jazz music infused with like this rhythm and blues, and sometimes vocal, songs. And and so he was a huge, big part of sort of my musical upbringing. And from him, I was introduced to Lonnie Liston Smith, who I actually met. Lonnie played some shows with us, and then afterward needed a drummer and ended up calling me. And Lonnie Liston Smith also, I mean, and these are artists that I'm learning about at the time. It wasn't like, oh, I know who this guy is, Lonnie Liston Smith. It was like, wait, Lonnie who? And then I would listen to his set after our set, for instance, and then I'd be like, oh my God, these guys are no joke. Who is
Mm.
this guy? And then I would look up Lonnie Liston Smith to discover that, oh, let's see, he played in Miles Davis's band during Miles' experimental phase in the late '60s, for instance. So this was sort of an exposure and education for me at the same time. So, and Lonnie at that point, I will say, I don't know if this is worthy of Wikipedia, but Lonnie was the first like sort of elder musician that sort of took me under his wing, that encouraged me to play simply. And so he was a very proficient in he's a keyboard player. So he was great keyboard player, proficient. He as well could sing, he could write songs, but he wanted the drummer to play. He wanted the drummer to serve the music. That was the job. And if I ever played too much during a performance, he would have a very nice way of just sort of like being, that was great. You were amazing. But I still think in this particular spot here, you're being too drumistic. You could play more for the song. And that this was the first time that I had anyone outside of myself sort of giving me a critique that would help me later on, which would kind of, because that's kind of my style of drumming. I'm not a flashy drummer.
Mm.
I'm not the type of drummer that plays drum solos, and I'm not going to play faster than anybody. I'm going to try and play what's right for a given song or for a given situation. So I would attribute that to Lonnie.
Mm.
Lonnie was the guy, and he was the one, and he would say, "Oh yeah, do you ever hear of Steve Gadd?" I'd be like, "Of course I've heard of Steve Gadd. He's like World's greatest session drummer. Oh yeah, well he played on my second album, and he played this song really simply, and I had to coach him here or there, I had to coach him here as well. So it gave me a lot of hope, but it also gave me a lot of guidance at the same time. Which doesn't always happen in the music business, because if people don't like the way you play, sometimes they get somebody else. Or if
Mhm.
people don't like the way you play, they sometimes chide you, or they criticize you, or they like the control, and they want you to feel bad about your work. And don't ask me why, but that's definitely what happens sometimes in the music business. But Lonnie was not that guy. Lonnie was a supportive being that sort of brought, lifted me up. So so I would say that Lonnie was instrumental in sort of the creation of like my current day sound.
Yeah. Um,
So is that all good? Am
yeah,
I
yeah. This is
elaborating too much? Okay.
no, no. There's never such thing as elaborating too much to me. In
All right.
fact, the
Good.
more information I think, the better, because it helps
Just
me. It helps me kind of build the profile, right?
good.
And
Good. And just so like everyone knows, because some people have asked people, and many people are not in the business. I mean, when you start out as a musician, I think everyone wants to play in good bands. They want to showcase their songs. They want to, they want to be creative and express themselves and so on. But when you actually get into the business, you realize that you have to get work
yeah,
as a musician. I mean, you actually have to, you're responsible for, an income stream if you want to call yourself a professional musician. So um, I think this period of my career early on is very important, because I was working with these in this case it was these jazz guys, Jonathan Butler and Noel Pointer and Lonnie, who also had musicians who were doing a dozen other things at any given time, a dozen other projects, bands, artists, and so on, or they were a musical director for someone else. So this was the foundation of how I got work, because somebody as our opening act at the Blue Note in Washington, D.C., would then say to me on the last night, "Hey, would you be interested in coming with me to San Diego next week? My drummer can't make it." So this was how I ended up getting work and actually networking. So
do you want to talk a bit about the NYC Drummers Collective?
sure. So the Drummers Collective, I think, is now currently known as The Collective, because at the time that I was associated with them, they were a drum school. And they were a very good drum school. As a matter of fact, like during my college days at Manhattan School of Music, I took lessons. I realized that there was a gap in my knowledge, in my percussion knowledge, and that I needed to sort of beef up my skills as a drum set player, so that I could play sessions in New York and I could compete with, the best of the best. So I studied with a couple really good teachers at the Drummers Collective, and I took from them what I thought I needed. I mean, some really good teachers, when I say really good teachers, these were teachers who were excellent drummers, but maybe not my role models in terms of where they should be in the business. But these are people that sort of gave me some technical skills that I could then take with me. So I chose from my menu of um, of what they were offering, and then chose what I would go on to take under my wing, and sort of or put under, just keep in my arsenal of skills, skill set. And then right after, I would say maybe a year or two after I got out of college, um, I expressed an interest in teaching there, and and since I had was known to them and I was part of their family already, they said, sure, come on in. And I ended up teaching, and I taught, private drum lessons, and people at that time, it's sort of hard to imagine, but at that time, I mean, the schedule was filled. I mean, there were, I'm gonna ballpark. I'm gonna say that there were probably 15 teachers there, and of the 15 teachers, I would say every teacher had a full schedule for at least 2 to 3 days a week, like full meaning like 8 to 10 students a day. It was a different market. It wasn't, this was before YouTube, before video instruction and so on and so forth. This was where you had to seek out somebody to show you, and, like a good teacher. And quick early on, I discovered that my forte was, communicating to beginners or to lay people, and then I started to get drummers who primarily wanted to do what I did, which was like, I just want to play in a band. I just want to be a good drummer and play in a band, which is a very difficult. It's an easy thing to talk about, but it's very difficult for drummers to do. And later on in this article, I do reference Jeff Porcaro, who is a very well-known Los Angeles session drummer who's played on, I'm sure he's played on a lot of records a lot of songs that you're aware of, including Rosanna by Toto. He's played on Sailin' by Christopher Cross. He's played on Reelin' in the Years by Steely Dan. And I I've bookmarked a YouTube video of his from maybe the early 80s where he's talking to youngsters in a master class, and he's basically saying that drummers have trouble. Uh, drummers have like a social, there's like a social awkwardness to, most drummers where they can't connect what they do to other musicians. And he really hit the nail on the head. And I came upon this maybe 4 or 5 years ago, but I always point this video out with Jeff Porcaro's talking to other drummers, and he's basically saying, like, you have to be social in your craft. You can't just be technically proficient, or because a lot of drummers spend time watching drum videos and watching, I don't want to name names, but this drummer, that drummer who has, 15 toms and 18 cymbals and six bass drums, and they can do all of this stuff. But is can I'm not sh I want to phrase this in a positive, but it's not always the case that these drummers can apply what they're doing to, like, like an average song, or, to a regular song, as delivered by Taylor Swift, for instance. I'm just making it up, but that I find that a very interesting sort of aspect of music, and sort of a plight of a lot of drummers that I've seen, and that maybe a lot of drummers that I've taught, is that a lot of drummers have technical proficiency, but they're not able to, it's almost like they've never listened to music. Like, dude, have you ever like checked out, different genres, different music, different different drummers to see how they react, and so on and so forth. So I don't know why I'm going off into this tangent, but I feel like, the Drummers Collective was sort of my platform to teach others how to play drums, how to play simply, and how to hopefully take, and have the confidence to to use what they were learning to, go to a jam session, go write a song with someone, go play a gig, and so on. So it's stuff that, outsiders would take for granted, but, all of those steps are very difficult for a lot of people. Getting up on stage, documenting their ideas, recording in a studio is very, very difficult. This is all difficult, all difficult aspects of being a musician that people could think is just sort of simple. It's like, oh, that's just an ordinary day in the life of a musician, where maybe that's not the case. So Anyway, so that was the New York City Drummers Collective, and I I taught a couple, I taught a couple group classes there that were very popular. Um, I taught a couple ensemble classes there where there was, bass guitar player, keyboard player, um, available for the drummer. I taught a recording studio class there where, I tried to help young drummers, play what's right, it's it's another one of these things that's easy to talk about, but what you play, what you're playing, and at any given moment may not translate the way you think it's going to translate. In other words, the listener may not hear it the way you intend it to be heard, and the same, and that's never true. That's never as true as it is in the recording studio, because in the recording studio, it's almost like you have to predict what's going to sound good for the song on the other side before you even play it.
Mm.
So things that may not even sound, you think don't sound good or may not be right, will sound perfect in the mix. And then the opposite is true. Things that you think are really cool and that was a cool lick and that was a great drum fill don't sound good at all in the mix. So recording playing in a recording studio for youngsters or for people starting out is very difficult mountain to climb. So I taught a recording studio class, and the only other thing that comes to mind is that I mean, I started at the very end of my tenure there, I started playing bass with my drum students. And I just felt like, why am I playing drums with my drum students? Or why am I just watching them play drums? Or why am I just sitting listening to their lesson material? Why don't I actually play bass and like put them in like a real world scenario? So I started playing bass and just to give them the feeling because again a lot of people aren't confident enough to like join a band or to approach other musicians so this was their moment to kind of play with another instrumentalist so that those were my days at the Drummers Collective and I kind of had to leave there because I just got too busy to you know I got too busy to devote a steady amount of time there to be honest with you.
Mm. Um, I know you've talked a lot about the silos before. Um, I can always rely on other interviews that you've given, uh, you know, but can you talk a bit about the silos, like linking your experience at playing with jazz artists and being involved with the Drummers Collective, and how you got to the silos from there? Because obviously you didn't jump, right?
Yes, and no, it's a very, very good question. Really, the only way that I came to the silos was by remember earlier on I mentioned how I found value in networking and I was interested in what, if I was working with a bass player, what are you doing now?
Mm.
What bands are you working on? Oh, you need a drummer? Sure, I'd be happy to do it. So I came to the silos because I was willing to play with basically because I put myself out there. And this was after Noel Pointer and after Lonnie Liston Smith and after Jonathan Butler. And I was playing with singer-songwriters more. I would say none of them were, this was also a time, let's say in the mid to late 80s where all of a sudden, REM was popular and The Cure was becoming popular and independent music and independent labels were becoming more prominent. So there were a lot of singer-songwriters who were looking for bands, who were looking for musicians to collaborate with. So I came to the silos by way of a bass player named Richard Ford, who I had done, some of these independent projects with. And that's basically it. Later on, he and I discovered that we had a lot more connection than we had ever anticipated when we first met. But that's basically it. Like I met Richard Ford. He was a bass player from England who had moved, ironically, to New Jersey. And at that time, I was living in New York City, and we met playing in, like a singer-songwriter's band. That singer-songwriter was named Helen Volk. And she was one of these people, she had a day job. She was always trying to get a record deal. She was always writing songs. She wanted to play gigs. We played little 7:30 slots at the bitter end and CBGBs and so on. And Richard was the bass player in the band, and I was the drummer. And he had mentioned that he was going to go on to check out this band, The Silos, because they needed a new bass player and drummer. Would I be interested? And he was basically like, I don't know anything about this band, but I know that they need a bass player and a drummer, and I know their manager, and come down to the rehearsal with me. And that's essentially what I did.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly how I met the Silos by way of Richard Ford. And um and from there, and that's basically it. I mean, the Silos were a good band. I mean, I don't want to gloss over them. I don't feel like we need to talk about them a lot. I feel like the thing that I'd like to always stress is that this was one of these bands where you're in a band and you realize, oh my God, we could be so much better than what we really are. And we were like a really, really good band live, but the recordings didn't really showcase what we could do. And that's frustrating. And that's basically it. And that's how I came to the Silos, and I stayed with the Silos for a few years. And they kind of, when you're of a certain age, and when you're in a certain period of your career, I mean, some what one of the members left the band, maybe thinking that they could do, I'll be fine, I'm going to get my own record deal, and that doesn't always work out that way. So uh, and then I stayed on with the band, and then I did a couple tours that I didn't really enjoy. But if you don't enjoy them, it's too bad, because you're already over in Europe playing, like you're already booked to play like 5 weeks of shows with them in Germany and Spain. So 2 days in, you're like, oh, this is horrible. And there's not much you could do about it. You just have to put your game face on and play your best.
Mm.
So it's basically my story with the Silos. I mean, I have no other than that, I have no regret about leaving them. I don't wish I still played with them. I don't. But they're the ones that brought me over to Freda Johnston. So there's definitely a connection there.
Mm-hmm.
In that they're the manager of the Silos. Uh, no, actually, no. Here's my connection. Freda Johnston had had a record out, well, on a small label on the Barn on Records, called The Trouble Tree. And his record was pretty well received, and to this day it's still a really good record. I would recommend anybody listening to go and check out The Trouble Tree by Freda Johnson.
Yeah.
And he was the opening act for the Silos on some of our American tour when we were in the States, in the Northeast. And that's how I got exposed to his music. He was our opening act. And Graham Maybe and I were playing with the Silos. At that point, Richard Ford had left, and Graham had replaced Richard. And Freedy asked me and Graham if we'd be interested in hearing his new songs. He didn't have a band, because he was the opening act, but not just as a solo artist. So he had an acoustic guitar with him. He played a 30-minute set. He was really good. He had very interesting songs. And one day at the end, he said, "Hey, Graham and Brian, I got some new songs. Are you interested in recording them or helping me with them?" We said, "Absolutely." So that's how at least I got involved with Freda Johnson.
Mm-hmm. Just going back to the Silos very, very briefly, is Long Green Boats, released in 1997, one of those albums where it was recorded much earlier but released years later? Or
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes, and to be honest with you, if I were to look at sometimes I'll go back at all music, or I'll just look at I'll look at some of the credits.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? You got me
Hello?
now? You got me now? Hello?
Uh, you're
Hello?
still a bit far away, but I can hear
Hello?
you better now.
How about now?
That's better, yeah.
Okay. Um, Let me just see. I was wondering if my AirPods were connected. Yeah. What I was saying is that I don't even know what's yes. So the short answer to your question is yes. Those songs were probably recorded way back when, and then were released way after I left the band. And I'm not even sure what songs. If you were to show me the track listing of that album, I'm not even sure I could identify what songs I played on
Mm.
because I have no recollection of the song titles or if you were to play the songs for me, I wouldn't be able to tell you if that's me on drums or somebody else. So basically,
Yeah, it's just a compilation, so.
yes. And it's kind of standard in the business. I mean, because people, artists, bands, sometimes they bank tracks, if something doesn't make it to the full length LP, album release, if there's 12 songs on the album, but the band ends up recording 14 in preparation of that release, but only 12 make it, then those two extra songs will just be put on the shelf, and then at some point later, they can be used for a release,
Yeah.
you know, as the Giants did with the John Henry demos.
Oh, yeah. Um, Freddie Johnston is way more important than your Wikipedia article makes him out to be in your career. Um,
I'd say so, yeah.
yeah. So, do you want to talk about him? And because we know like how you got from Freddie Johnston to They Might Be Giants because they shared the manager Jamie Lincoln Kittman, and
Yes.
that's an easy dichotomy. Um, and you've explained that before. Um, but was working with Freddie Johnston like how much more enjoyable was working with Freddie Johnston than with the Silos?
1000%. You know, so
Yeah.
for instance, this was the first time I worked, and this includes all of the jazz, the famous jazz guys I played with and everything. But this is the first time that for instance, Freddie wrote and still writes great songs.
Yeah.
The guy writes great songs. And just so you know, I mean, for instance, I was supposed to play a show with him on this past Saturday, 2 days ago, at
Wow.
City Winery in New York, and unfortunately, it's a long story. I couldn't make it,
Mm.
but I mean, he and I are still in touch. He still sends me the demos of his current songs he's writing. So I get to hear things firsthand, hot off the press, with just, him playing his guitar in a room singing his new song. So
Yeah.
he and I we still have a relationship. The guy writes great songs, guy writes great lyrics. He he has the ability to sort of simplify things, I mean, which is what I love about art in general. It's like if you're able to make it really simple and make it seem so easy and serve it up that way, then that's when you know that you're really good at what you do. And that's what Freedy does. He writes lyrics that seem so simple. You'd be, oh, I could definitely write lyrics like that. But go ahead, try and write a song like Freedy, and then you'll realize maybe it's not so easy. I mean, this guy has worked at his craft for he's worked tirelessly at his craft at being a great songwriter, which he is. And and uh so that's the first thing. The second thing is that his style of music, I mean, I just generally I gravitate toward his style of music, and which is sort of like a rock, song-based pop rock genre, that's maybe somewhat can't be defined,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes he can be a little ballady and, sort of, slower tempoed songs. Um, but what I really like about him is that he does not shy away from playing electric guitar. I mean, a lot of singer-songwriters, I don't know why, will sort of try and minimize this sort of rock aspect of music. And Freedy doesn't do that. Freedy will highlight the electric guitar. He'll allow guitar solos. He'll write songs that feature the electric guitar that are like just like driven by the electric guitar. And I really like that. I like that rock and roll aspect of Brady.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to think, like, I can't really liken him to another artist. I can't say, oh, he's really like the Black Crowes or he's really like this or that. He's himself. He's developed his own sort of category of singer-songwriter, pop, rock music.
Yeah.
So those are I mean, and so that album that I worked with him, that when Graham and I both worked on Can You Fly, and that was a result of Freedy getting to know us on a Silos tour, as I mentioned earlier. And that album ended up being produced partly by Graham. So
Mm-hmm.
what the songs that Graham produced, he did not play bass on. They asked Jared Nickerson to play bass on it, and then Graham, for some reason, if I remember correctly, Graham didn't want to produce all of the album. He was either, I, I mean, it didn't come from a place of oh gee, I'm too busy or I don't want to do it. He kind of felt like this is really good. Like I got to produce, these 6 songs and that's good enough. Like the other songs I just want to play bass on. So the other half of the album, a different producer produced those songs. So and then those songs Graham played bass on. So the album has a varied feel because of the two producer approach. Because Graham plays on half of it, Jared plays on the other half. Because Freedy switched up guitar players on that album, and 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 he certainly, I mean, in my mind, and in my eyes, I would say, in my to my perception, he definitely featured the drums are featured in that mix a lot. Like the drums are pretty loud, which is good. Like my work is front and center on that album.
Mm-hmm.
So this was the perfect scenario where I get to play songs, I get to be more part of a band, I get to play great songs, and yet the drums aren't minimized. The drums are front and center. If you listen to songs like California Thing on that album, if you listen to other songs that feature, I mean, there's every song that has drums on that album, there's something that I like about the drum track and how the drums interact on that album. And I can't say that about all the albums I've worked on. It's not like I go around like listening to the stuff that I've played on, like, oh my God, all right, that was so great that I did this. That does sometimes I don't want to listen to it or it sounds boring or I'm like, why did I make this choice or that choice? Can You Fly is an album that I'm really, really proud of being a part of, to this day.
Mm-hmm. We're still recording the third installment of Let's Edit Wikipedia Together. It's the next day now, and We left off on Freddie Johnston, and now we'd like to talk. Now I'd like to talk about Ben Folds,
Mm-hmm.
because that came next.
Gotcha. Well, Ben Folds actually came to me after I was with They Might Be Giants. So that's a that does come next in the Wikipedia entry. However, Ben, but there is a Freddie Johnston connection in that Freddie's, even though Freddie had later been managed by Jamie Kitman, who was They Might Be Giants manager. Before that, he was managed by a gentleman named Mark Zoltak, who was, among other things, he's still currently a realtor in Hoboken, New Jersey, a huge music fan, an ex-DJ, but he was the Silos manager during most of my tenure with the Silos, and he was also the Silos tour manager. So he came on the road with us and for a lot of travel dates and so on and so forth. So Mark then became Freddie's manager and that's how Mark, me, Graham, and Freddie, formed a relationship and a working partnership. Then when I was with They Might Be Giants, and I guess at that point Freddie had already turned over to Jamie Kitman. Mark was approached by I guess a music publicist, at some big, Sony Music, or, I don't know what, like Sony or Warner Brothers or Warner Chappell or something, and was approached to handle or help out Ben Folds. I'm not sure if he was approached to be Ben's manager, but maybe sort of a guiding hand. Ben was new to the area. He had just moved up from, I guess, North Carolina, and Ben was living in Montclair, New Jersey, which was maybe 20 minutes from where Mark was in Hoboken. I was in Jersey City. So Mark had been listening to Ben's demos and was completely knocked out. I mean, Ben's first album, as it was released to the public, I think Ben had pretty much completely recorded that as a demo and had played all the instruments on it. And Ben, Mark, I was the first person that Mark turned to. He was like, "Oh my God, you got to hear this kid. I mean, this is ridiculous." So we were listening to Ben's demos, and then I invited Ben to a They Might Be Giants show in Woodstock, New York, and Ben traveled up, and we met. Let's see. We met. He handed, back in those days, like, the people would share music by way of cassette tape. So Ben handed me a cassette tape of maybe some newer demos he had, and then asked me to be. He was like, "Dude, I would be honored if you were my drummer to help me get a record deal," and that's kind of how I got involved with Ben Folds. And it was very early on in his career. I mean, we played a couple industry showcases, and for those of you who don't know what they are, they're basically when the band or artist rents out a professional rehearsal studio or maybe even a recording studio, sets up professional audio, and almost like ready to play like a real gig, but instead of an audience appearing, you get a couple industry people that come in and sit in the couch in the back and listen to the band play their set. And that's one way to get exposure. Another way would be to play, gigs at clubs where, you invite your friends, and then hopefully somebody from back in those days, you would cross your fingers and just hope that somebody from the record label that had promised that they would come would actually come to the show. So that's basically what I did with Ben. We rehearsed in two locations. One was in his apartment in Montclair, New Jersey. Those of you who are not familiar with Montclair, New Jersey, Montclair is a very nice suburban community in New Jersey, close to Bloomfield, maybe 15 minutes away from Newark, New Jersey. And it's known for its big Victorian style houses, and it's a walking community, sidewalks. There's a commuter train. It's a very lovely community. Ben and his wife were renting an apartment in one of these big Victorian houses. I mean, and sometimes these houses, if they were, they could be privately owned and could be occupied by one family. Usually that's a family of great means, or they could be chopped up and set up into like these really nice, charming apartments, three or four apartments that end up being beautiful and just sort of just very comfortable. And Ben and his wife were living in one of these apartments in one of these houses. So we had access. He somehow had a grand piano, I think, in a neighbor's apartment. So we would rehearse in that apartment, or we would rehearse in the basement of my house in on Bergen Avenue in Jersey City. And I had a sort of a home studio there. Like, way back in the day before anything was digital, I had a rehearsal space, but also a home studio with a 4-track recorder there, and I would record clients and record some demos and stuff like that. So those were our two locations, and we had a bass player who was at that time one of Ben's close friends. So Ben had reunited with a Jerseyite named the gentleman's name is Tom Spagnardi, and Ben and Tom had history somehow, and I was brought in, so we were the original Ben Folds Five, and he was set on this name out, and with Tom and I always thought it was a little odd that he wanted to call himself Ben Folds Five, but dude, we're we're a trio, and but we let's see, we rehearsed all of Ben's early material, and Ben was really big on singing, and he was very supportive in our playing. However, he spent a lot of time singing, and it happens that I'm a pretty good singer too. I mean, if I must say so myself. But um, we worked on a lot of harmonies. Ben had all this worked out in his mind, and basically that's it. We did a couple of these industry showcases that were met with like lukewarm response. I mean, at that time, this was the mid 90s, I guess, people didn't know what to think. Ben was playing a acoustic piano. Ben at that point seemed like he was like a young kid wearing like shorts and Birkenstocks with socks, and he didn't have any sort of an image. And and then we did all these intense vocal arrangements, and as a three piece, and Ben was very keen on, let's say, like the bass player, like having like distorted effects and so on, and the drummer playing various roles of percussion and again singing and playing drums. So when an industry person would come in to one of our showcases, they kind of wouldn't know what to say, they wouldn't know what to do. We would play three or four or five songs and kind of wait in silence while they would whisper in the back of the room, or they would make general comments like, "Can we turn the vocals up a little bit?" But they wouldn't ever sort of go on the record about Ben's music or say that they loved it, they hated it, they just kind of didn't know. And we also played a couple gigs together as the Ben Folds Five. And I remember two of them, one of them being the bitter end on Bleecker Street in New York City. And that for him was a big gig. And that his parents had driven up from North Carolina, and they were staying with him, and this was a big event, and it was also met with this sort of mixed, mixed response. Not that we weren't good, it was just that I it was my opinion that the audience didn't know what to think of Ben, and we played the I think the last show I played with him during this period. And by the way, this is while I'm still working with MIP Giants. So I'm running to. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know like when this was? Maybe 93 or something?
Probably 94. I'm gonna say 94. 90. Yeah, could have. I'm gonna say 94. And speaking of the MIP Giants, John Flansburgh once dropped me off at one of these studios where I was about to head into like one of these industry showcases with Ben Folds. It's the sort of thing where like I don't know what me and Flans were doing, but he was driving and he's like, "Yeah, sure, I'll give you a ride." And I had my cymbal bag with me, and basically when I was getting out of the car, he was like, "Dude, what are you doing, man? You're running around like playing with this band, that band, this guy. Who is this guy?" I was like, "Ah, it's this kid Ben Folds. He's really good." And Flans gave me this look like, "For real? Like, come on. Like, basically like you're good. Don't stress." Sort of thing. And which years later, I thought was kind of funny because Ben ends up being this like, huge superstar, and so there you go. That's how stuff works out sometimes.
Yeah.
But
Do you remember when that could have been?
that was probably around the same. It was probably like the summer of 1994.
Uh-huh. Do you remember
remember-
what? Do you remember what studio that was?
I'm gonna say it was actually. I think it was Sony. Sony Studios on 54th. I think it was on 54th Street. Or wait, you know what? I know exactly where it was. It was a place called Montana on 11th Avenue that Flans dropped me off at. And Flans and Linnell had, and just as a side note, Flans and Linnell were big. I've talked about this before or with other people, or I've written about this too, but Flans and Linnell liked these Crown Victoria cars, Crown Vics, we used to call them, and they owned one, and they kept it at Linnell's house in Brooklyn. Linnell lived in. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go on the record for this. I'm pretty sure that Linnell rented an apartment in a house on a corner in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, that was actually an old, like an ex-funeral home. So this had a garage in it, and I just have this. Yeah, I'm just remembering this now. So they parked the car in Linnell's garage, and it was very unusual even back then. Like you don't, when you live in New York or if you live in one of the five boroughs with all of these people and you pay all this money, you are not going to have a garage. But Linnell happened to have a garage, and the irony was that he wasn't a big driver. So it was Flans who would drive this black Crown Vic around. And Flans lived around the corner. I think he lived on North 6th Street in Williamsburg. I hope he still doesn't live there because I've just now divulged where
No, he lives in the Catskill Mountains now.
Oh, yes, yeah. Yeah. I'll start that. I could talk about that too, because I was the first of all that crew to move to the Catskills. And they were all like, "What are you doing, dude? You're moving so far away." And I rented a house in Stone Ridge, New York, which is just north of New Paltz, which is a bucolic little town. And at the time, and I don't want to go off on a tangent. I could talk about this later, but at the time we could basically live wherever we needed to, and we would, or we wanted to. And I had no desire to live in an urban area anymore. And basically all of the work that I was doing with They Might Be Giants required travel. So what did it matter if I traveled? Because I would meet up with them at, at a hub. Let's say we'd all meet at JFK for a flight to somewhere, to Los Angeles. So all I'd have to do is meet them there, and all my travel was covered. So no matter where I lived, it was my travel was covered by the management company. So I could basically live anywhere I wanted, and I chose this town. And a couple of the guys did visit me up there, and I remember once Linnell ended up spending a summer up near the Esopus River, and was just knocked out about what a great summer he had and what a great time he had. And I was like, see that? Catskill Mountains are just okay, right? And so there you go. Mm-hmm. So kind of makes sense. It's I was one of the first of the crew. Anyway, to get back to Ben. Yeah, I moved up there in 90. Yeah, I know exactly. I moved up there in 90. I moved up there in 94 for sure. Summer of 94.
Was that the same summer that Linnell?
Yes. Yeah.
It's good for me to put a timeline on it. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, and
speaking
anyway,
of,
back to, go ahead.
Earlier you mentioned that you took Ben Folds to a They Might Be Giants concert in Woodstock, New York, and when you said that, I was looking it up on the TMBG wiki. This might be a wiki. I couldn't find any shows from Woodstock, New York that they've performed ever. There are no shows listed on there.
Right, hold on. Look up. I remember exactly where it is. Here it was. It was at the Bearsville Theater. Technically, that might be Bearsville, New York. But Bearsville is a little hamlet right next to Woodstock. And that's actually how we came about to record.
That makes sense. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
It's July 10th, 1993.
Oh, you got it? You found it?
Yeah, July 10th, 1993, Bearsville Theater in Bearsville, New York.
Yeah.
With Sonia Dada and Freedy Johnston opening.
Yes. Yeah, so Graham and I played in Freedy's band for that. No, wait. Graham wasn't with They Might Be Giants at the time. Graham did play with Freedy. So me, Graham, Freedy, and I don't know who played guitar. Who played second guitar with Freedy? It was just the three of us. Played this show, and as the opening act, and then I went on to, play with They Might Be Giants during the next set, which had Tony on bass.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe so. Okay, so that's the summer. If I said summer of '94, it was definitely summer of '93 then.
All right.
And that's when I moved up to Stone Ridge, and that's when Ben and I were most active. I'd say summer of '93, from May till I don't know, the fall of '93 or so. And then that's basically it with Ben. I mean, Ben ended up. The last show I played with Ben was at a club on, I think it was East 8th Street, called Chenet. And someone came to see Ben and completely fawned all over Ben. And this was a manager guy, threw himself at Ben, like, you're the best. We're gonna make you, we're gonna get you deals. We're gonna do this, and it's kind of what Ben needed. And then I was sort of out of the picture after that. I mean, and I would say for the only reason that Ben moved out of town. He moved out of New Jersey, and I think he went back home. And then all of a sudden he had a new Ben Folds 5, and that was I guess that maybe that was I wasn't part of any. I wasn't consulted or asked, or I wasn't even told. Ben just sort of up and left. And then I had heard that he had a different band in North Carolina, and that they had a record deal. And ironically, maybe a year later, I was playing with They Might Be Giants at a festival in St. Louis, and the Ben Folds Five were playing at like a different stage, like where like smaller bands would play.
Hmm.
Like, like let's say there's three stages at a festival, and there's the main stage, but then there's the other stages. Ben was playing at this stage, and he and I reconnected. Where in the catering tent, like as we were eating dinner, and it was a little weird, but that was it. That was one of my last interactions with Ben. Outside of wait, here my last interaction with Ben was after all of this had happened, and he was actually really big. He opened up for Beck at Jones Beach Theater in Long Island, New York, and he invited me to the show, and I went and I saw him backstage, and he did one of these things where like you could kind of tell he was it was like I was sort of he looked tired. He looked like he was tired of talking to people. He looked like, oh, here's another guy I gotta talk to. Like when he saw me, his eyes didn't light up. It wasn't like, it wasn't the good old Ben that we had that I had known. I to him, I was just like another person, like, oh, I gotta talk to this guy, sort of thing.
Hmm.
Can't I can't describe it. I just had that feeling that he was just sort of seeing me out of obligation, like, and then that was it. I've never spoken to him or dealt with him ever since then.
That festival in St. Louis, Missouri, would that have been uh, that must have been one of the Riverport Amphitheater dates, but would that have been August 20th, 1994, or August 19th, 1995?
I'm gonna say 1994.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was the one with the Ramones, or wait, it was one with Big Audio Dynamite. What? I'm pretty sure one of those festivals. We played
Oh,
those
here it
festivals
is. It's 1995. It was August
1995.
19th, 1995.
Okay.
Point Fest 4.
Was Ben on the bill?
Yeah, Ben Folds
Yeah.
5.
hmm Um.
There you go. They had a new album. They had that first album out by
hmm
then.
And that first album was exactly what Ben, me, and Tom Spagnardi had been hammering away at that first album
Mm-hmm.
for for months and rehearsing it. Although Ben might have a different recollection. So
Mm-hmm.
sometimes you think that um, maybe these people move on, and then they sort of maybe they feel like, that was just a couple months, or yeah, we just played a couple songs. But I feel like Tom and I really invested
Yeah.
a lot of energy and time. I mean, and also we weren't getting paid. I mean, we were just sort of like doing it pro bono and hoping that Ben would get somewhere. And then it often happens in the business where at the end of it all, artist X ends up, uh, signing a deal, and then all of a sudden they forget everybody who helped them on the way. They're like, "Isn't this great? I did this all by myself. See this?"
Mm.
But with that said, though, Ben on his own is a great musician and an amazing songwriter. So he kind of didn't need us, but we were certainly there.
Yeah.
I did want to mention one thing about one of those festivals that I tell friends sometimes, because many of my friends where I live are younger than me by way of my kids.
Mm.
I have younger kids, so naturally they're that their friends' parents are often much younger than me, and when they find out that I'm, a musician, that I played with some bands, they sometimes ask me about like, have you ever been to CBGB's? Like, I've been to the CBGB's museum, and I was like, are you kidding me? Like, I used to play at CBGB's once a week, like the real club, Like
Yeah.
they're like, you have to be kidding me. Or did you ever meet? And they'll say like, did you ever meet? I don't know. I mean, I'm just gonna make it up, but in one instance, it was, I really like this band, Big Audio Dynamite. Did you ever meet any of these people? And I said, are you kidding? I've met Joey Ramone of the Ramones, and I've seen the Ramones play. And as a matter of fact, I was in a band that was on the bill. We were one of the opening bands for the Ramones. And so it's always like a moment where I can puff up my chest and be like, yeah, you see that?
Yeah.
You youngsters are just hearing about history, yet, there I was. But my interaction with Joey Ramone is that it could have been the same festival with Ben Folds. I don't remember, but the Ramones were the one of the bands on the bill, and Joey Ramone and I were waiting on the catering line at the same time, and we struck up a little conversation. And he actually started talking to me. He's very tall, awkward. I would say he had like a walleye, so you couldn't tell where he was looking when he was addressing you, and he definitely had like tinted sort of specs on, so you kind of couldn't tell anyway. But of all things, we were talking about cutlery, and like, where are the forks, where are the knives? Why don't they do this here? Why don't they put this here? And that was our little interaction as we were serving ourselves food on the catering line. And that was how I got to talk to Joey Ramone, which we didn't really talk about music at all.
Yeah. That's
So
amazing.
yeah.
Cutlery.
Just yeah, cutlery. We were talking about knives and forks, and why don't they should have put the forks over. And he was, and I think he started the conversation like, excuse me, do you know what the knives are? And he had this very like thick Queen's accent. And it's like, dude, guess what? I don't see the knives either. Maybe we can, anyway, that's that's how it unfolded.
Yeah. Did you Flansburgh and Linnell really looked up to the Ramones and loved them. So did you like tell them about that?
Honestly, I don't think I did. And I don't think it was like me not telling him. I don't think the occasion ever arose
Yeah.
where I was like, guys, you were never gonna believe this. It was, to me, this was just a normal thing. I mean, you you would
So it was
often
just
play, yeah, just like
casual.
just casual chatter, nothing that you would run to your bandmates and say, I can't believe I just talked to Joey Ramone. I mean, you would never know that these guys were going to be this historic. You would never know that Joey Ramone would pass away. You
Oh
would
yeah.
never know that, right? I mean, as you're in the moment, and I think Eric and I were talking about this too. Like, you're in the moment, you think like you think this lifestyle is just going to perpetuate forever and ever. You
Hmm.
think that, you know when you're in it. I don't know if any of your listeners or anybody's felt the same way, but when you're in a certain situation, you just think like, yeah, this is great. I'm gonna be doing this forever. And if someone were to say, well, what are you gonna be doing when you're 50? You'll be like, dude, this is what I'm gonna be doing, But so I did not have occasion to tell Flans and Linnell. And overall, yeah, I'm sure that they looked up to the Ramones. This is actually the first I'm hearing that they looked up to the Ramones.
They
But
I mean, when the Ramones were a thing in the 70s, that's pretty much what they listened to. Linnell in particular rejected a lot of pop music in the 70s and went looking for seeking out all that punk music.
yeah,
Yeah.
well, you never know it. I mean, and I'll just say this. This is my perception. But when we would play, events like this, like I would usually go and see, like for instance, in the same, I don't know if it was the same year, but the same festival, one of those years, because we would go back to we play this festival at least twice, but maybe
Mm.
even three times with me. But I would go and watch the other bands from the side of the stage. I would one of them we played with Cheap Trick, and I'm a big Cheap Trick fan, but I also love the drummer Bunny Carlos. So I saw him out, and I became a fan. I was like, dude, you're one of my favorite drummers. So and so I'm saying this because I didn't get the sense. I did see Flans during that show talk to Rick Nielsen of Cheap Trick, but you would never see Flans or Linnell seek out other artists and bullshit with them.
Mm.
They would always keep to themselves. So did not see them, although they could have very well done it. I did not see them bullshitting with the Ramones or talking to Joey Ramone. It was me who was talking to Joey Ramone. Flans and Linnell would often keep to themselves. So that's just my
Yeah.
take on it.
I do think this section on They Might Be Giants could be expanded a bit.
Okay.
Um, hmm.
Definitely, for sure.
Yeah, and again, I can look back to what you've said on like this might be a podcast and don't let's start and stuff like that. But
No, let's do it. I'm gonna let you do it the easiest and the most direct way. So if you just don't
yeah,
scrounge around, we could just have the
well that's
convo right now.
yeah. Well, the thing is also like I don't want to be like asking the people I'm interviewing like the same questions over and over. Like, I don't want to tire them. So,
Dude,
um,
guess what? You and four other people have wanted to interview me. So no one, so I haven't got to tell my story more than like four or five times. So
well, okay. So
I
it's
don't mind saying it
four
ever.
people
I don't
then.
mind saying the same stuff again.
All right. Let's see. Greg Simpson, Dave and Jordan. Don't let's start. And the guy that
Yeah.
does the working drummer. Is that right?
Yeah, pretty much. And other people have asked me and stuff like that, but really, no, it's nice. I mean this
Mm.
sincerely and it's nice to have something in your portfolio and in your past that others are interested in and
Yeah.
interested
Yeah.
in enough to like ask you questions about it. So
Yeah.
it's never a drudgery. I'm not like I have not been interviewed so much that I'm doing an eye roll right now. It's like I'm thrilled
Sure.
to death to be able to like spew my bullshit and happy that a few people might listen to it.
Sure. But then if you, I mean, Dave and Jordan in particular interviewed you pretty well, and
Yes, they did.
so
They're good. Those
yeah,
guys are
yeah,
actually very good. Very
exactly,
good.
right, right. I
Yeah.
love that podcast. So,
Yeah.
but I was
Oh, by the way, as a side note, I kind of begged Flans to come on that podcast with me. I begged him.
right.
Yeah. I did the first one with those guys and they were very nice and I was surprised they came to my house and we sat outside. It was a beautiful summer evening, nice and quiet and peaceful, very
Yeah, yeah,
comfortable outside. And we had this great chat and I couldn't help but thinking, and I did bullshit with them later, like, hey, what do you think if I got Flans? Because I knew I probably would never get Linnell to agree to it, but what if I got Flans and their eyes got so wide, like, do you think you could really like I've never, and I was like, yeah, let me try, and I shot Flans like a few emails, and he finally did respond, just saying like, no, thank you so much, I don't, but
yeah,
I thought it would have been cool for me and Flans to kind of unite and kind of bullshit and I kind of wanted him to know like that I wasn't talking I that I wasn't I had no ill will toward him and I wasn't gonna like be telling telling lies about them or whatever. It's like,
Yeah,
come on, let's talk. Like, I want you to remember too. Maybe you have a better recollection than I do, sort of thing.
yeah. I'm
So
I'm just really
that
glad that you keep like good contact with them.
I would say I kept good contact with them, but I will say like I mean I haven't seen I saw Linnell at the festival in Pleasantville last year, and that was it. Flans did not make an appearance, so I did not go up to the dressing room. And I saw some of the other bandmates, and Linnell looked a little uninterested. So maybe that'll be the last time I'll go and see, sort of as a fan or as an old friend to kind of see them,
Yeah,
unless I'm invited. But but that was it. Yeah, that was sort of my doing. Like I wanted to come see them in Pauling, New York, and that's how they got their drummers together. And then I wanted to see them in Pleasantville, and yeah, so a lot of it was my initiative. I would say like not to the not and this is nothing against them. They're busy. There's nothing there's probably nothing no benefit to them. No, keeping in touch with me as like a friend or as casual relationship is probably of no benefit to them.
yeah,
So there you go. So they're like, sort of out of sight, out of mind. And I get it.
yeah. But you think about like a lot of the people that they've worked with for years and years. Like I think they still work with Kurt Hoffman. I might be wrong, but and they do still work with Mark Pender and people like that.
Yes. There are certain, and I can't explain
And
this,
Dan
and I
Levine.
mean, yes, yes, Dan Levine. And who's the other, the guitar player? Jay Sherman Godfrey.
Yeah,
Jay Sherman
J. Sherman Godfrey.
Godfrey, yeah. Well, I can't explain this, but I'm just going to say it the way I see it. There are certain musicians in their sphere, and they also had this sort of ongoing relationship with one of their first producers too.
Mm.
And I don't know the gentleman's name. I met him a couple times, but there's certain, and they kind of did this with Frank London too and Steve Bernstein.
Hmm.
Like there's certain musicians in their
Are
sphere
are you
that
talking about
they,
like Pat Dillett? Because they do still use Pat Dillett as their regular
yeah,
producer.
yeah, no, but way before Pat Dillon and
Uh,
before me, one of their first producers,
mm, uh,
maybe one of their first engineers.
all
If
right,
you give me a name, I might
all right.
recognize him.
They're producers. Bill Krause. Um,
Yes, that's the guy, Bill
okay.
Krause.
Yeah, yeah.
I met him once, and there are certain people in their sphere that they hold in this highest regard, but it's only by their own standard. It's like if you're on the outside, you can't get you don't understand the scale by which they're doing this, why they love this person so much more and totally forgot about that person, for
Mm.
instance, right? So yeah, the Bill Krause, the Kurt Hoffman, the Steve Bernstein, the Frank London, the J. Sherman Godfrey. There's some of these people in their circle that maybe have floated in and out of their performance career, and their recordings, and they're always welcome, and they're always, they're given birthday cakes on their birthday, and they're talked about, in the third person as if they're like amazing musicians, which they are. But and then there are other people like me, I'm on the other side, that I felt like I was actually I worked more closely with them than a lot of these other people. I was part of probably the first four piece They Might Be Giants
Hmm.
ever, which was basically me, Tony, and John and John. And I would say that Tony and I probably fall into this other category where like you guys you guys suck and we'll just tolerate you a little bit, and we won't ever we won't ever give you any sort of a tip of the hat or a nod. So that's basically it. I think that that's sort of the way it feels. Others could deny it or say that there's a different perception, but it's definitely, you know, there you go. Others were welcome to come and go at will, and then and then other people were just sort of like that's it, you're done, bye. So there you go.
Yeah, well, and I know you left on like amicable terms, right? Cuz like
I would say, yeah, you know what? I mean, so in terms of business, it's tough because you're with this band. You think you're gonna play with this band forever, and you think that you're going to buy your first house by way of your income with this band, that you're going to continue to write songs with them, and you're going to get publishing royalties and so on. So I would say that as you grow in the business, you can either diversify. As a matter of fact, so just as a side note, I don't know how these other guys are doing it. The Dan Levines and who's their current bass player?
Danny Weinkauf and
Yeah,
their current backing band is like Danny Weinkauf, Dan Miller, and Marty Beller. They've
yes.
been using that lineup since 2004.
Yeah, those guys they're like in it for life. But if you look at it in terms of business, like you can't, I hate to tell everybody this, but this is absolutely true. Like unless you're a full partner in a band that operates like this, like if unless you're like the drummer, and I'm just going to use because I know Dennis Dyken of the Smithereens, that's a four-piece band, and I'm gonna guess that the three other members who did not write the songs did not partake in any of the publishing royalty benefits, which for your listeners who aren't sure what that is, or if you were you kind of, I mean, if you don't write the songs, you don't make any money.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't write the songs, the only way for you to make money would be by way of playing live or by way of sharing in uh, one of the many other income streams, which could be t-shirt sales, for instance, while you're on tour, But a lot of that is or maybe what's called a mechanical royalty, like for the amount of streams, like you play on John Henry, and then John Henry gets 40 billion streams, and for every stream I make a penny. So
Yeah.
by the way, all of that's made up, but that's another way for you to enjoy an income stream. But unless you're doing one of those, like if you're just hanging around waiting to go on tour with a band like They Might Be Giants, and then hoping that you can pay your mortgage and your health benefits and send your kids to school and pay for their lacrosse gear and stuff like that. You got that's a tough go. Unless you're in Metallica, or unless you're in U2, or like just such a huge band, you know, or Muse or something like that, then you can probably afford to do it as a sideman. But it's basically it. So talking about leaving on amicable terms, I would say yes. Yeah, we left on amicable terms, but I felt that there was really nothing more I could do in the band. It's kind of like I either go through the bottleneck now and go through the pain of sort of separation and working my way back into the freelance circuit, or I stay with these guys, and then it'll just get harder and harder and harder for me to leave, because I was not enjoying any of those things that I just mentioned, any of
Mm.
those other income streams.
Yeah.
So
How
there you
about
go. What are you gonna? Yeah.
how about like performance residuals and stuff like that? For example, Graham Maybe or Eric Skirmerhorn, they didn't write any songs with They Might Be Giants in the way that Brian and Tony did, for example, aka Driver. So
Right.
do they just like receive nothing?
Yes, I mean, I don't know, but I mean, it's kind of up to the artist. If you're the artist and you feel like, I mean, we've heard of stories, for instance, like Neil Diamond, or, some of these legacy artists would just make sure, or Elvis Presley would make sure that no matter what, their band is taken care of. Their
Mm-hmm.
band has a steady whether they're working or not, their band is taken care of. Their band will, they're always on call. They're always taken care of financially. They're always comfortable. They're always going to make money. So it's really up to the artist to kind of design the deal, right, for the other musicians. But yeah, I doubt that Graham and Eric are making any sort of residual unless there's something I don't know that I was not part of, you know. Which, by the way, brings me. But if you haven't read it, I really enjoyed Peter Criss's book. Peter Criss, the drummer of Kiss, is called From Makeup to Breakup. But in the book, he basically talks about a time where there was a Kiss reunion tour, and then long into the tour, he found out that Ace Frehley was making $10,000 more per gig than he was.
Mm.
So it was like Peter Criss was making $35,000 a show, and Ace Frehley was making $45,000 a show.
Yeah.
So so he's like, what the fuck is going on? You know, and then arguments ensue and everything. But if you think about that, that sort of money is ridiculous. But Eric and Graham, I would say, are probably not earning anything on their performances unless the Giants agreed to it separately and apart from from anything that I did, you know.
Hmm.
I will tell you this, and I haven't really talked about this, or I haven't really. I mean, this isn't talking like out of school or anything, but basically it was difficult. That they might be Giants taught me that if you don't, well, I don't want to give anybody else advice, but if I don't advocate as a side musician, as an independent professional musician, that if I don't advocate for myself constantly, that no one's ever going to pick up the phone and say, "Hey, Brian, I've got a great idea. You know, you could really benefit from a 5% royalty in our t-shirt sales on this next tour, and we're going to set you up." No one's ever going to do that. So unless you become your own manager and you become, you know, that person who's going to say no to certain agreements, or to say, I think you can do better, or I think I'm worth more than that, and so on, then no one's ever going to call you up and make you that offer, you know.
Hmm.
So just saying.
Yeah. As
I don't
far
know
as
if your
your
listeners. Yeah, go ahead.
as
Go
far
ahead.
as your Wikipedia article goes, I think factory showroom and severe tire damage could do for more than a mere mention, in my opinion. You
Yeah.
know, like John Henry is a pivotal album, but so is Factory Showroom, in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and not just because you played on them, but because they're, and not just because they're great albums, but because John Henry is obviously that shift, but Factory Showroom is even more of a shift because you have. I don't want to say they wrote normal songs because they might be Giants were never quirky or zany in my opinion, but
Yeah.
I think they wrote kind of. They didn't write dog barks, I can tell you that. But
Yeah, no,
they wrote Pet Name in SEXXY,
yes.
right? They they
They
wrote stuff that wouldn't have been on Flood, right?
yes.
But then they
They
were
went to
continuing stuff like James K. Polk, which literally was the B side to Istanbul, for example.
Yeah, I'm just looking up Factory Showroom on Wikipedia, and
Mm.
I'm seeing that SEXXY, they gave Hal Cragen songwriting credit
Oh,
on this. So
that's how
this
you
is,
say his name. I kept saying Kragen to Eric, and he
yeah,
didn't
Cragen,
challenge
yeah.
me.
I think it's Cragen, but this is one of those examples that I was referring to like 10 minutes ago. Like any one of us could have been offered the opportunity to sit in the circle and shape the song, for instance. Like I don't know how this happened, but I'm gonna guess, and I could be wrong, but I'm gonna guess that this is mostly a Flansburgh song,
It is,
and
yeah.
Flans, instead of relying on Linnell to kind of shape his idea, would re could, you know, relied on Hal Cragen, right?
Mm.
But Flans could have asked me, or Flans could have asked, well, Graham played bass on this, I think.
It
Or did
was
Hal play bass on it?
Hal played bass on this song
Okay,
because he co-wrote it.
right. Gotcha. But that's what I'm saying. It looks like, I'm not saying, and Hal, if you're hearing this, this is no disrespect, but so those are the people, the people that get the credits. It says they might be giants. That means John and John,
Hmm.
and that Hal Cragen is also listed as a songwriter. This means that he's invited into that upper circle to get more royalty payments by because he's listed as one of the songwriters.
Hmm.
So there you go. That's sort of proving my point of
Yeah,
earlier.
but then again, you and Tony still have that co-writing credit on AKA Driver, right?
Absolutely. But if you do it, if you add up the numbers, it's not like, oh, I get one and he gets one. It's like it's kind of like if you're in the band, like why stop at one credit or two credits?
Hmm.
Why not invite and I think I know why. Why would you invite the same two people in to help you write your songs? It would be sort of like REM had a lawsuit with I think Peter Holzapfel or somebody where because he was always around as they were crafting their songs. So it's probably to John and John's benefit to use different people at different times so that
Hmm.
you can never stand back and say, "Hey, I was with you for this entire album and I deserve even more money than I got." So anyway, that's just a little aside, but you're right. I did get credit. I was invited in, and but that was an album earlier, and I don't know. Flan's on a turn. So Hal was a friend of Eric's. I'm pretty sure that either Hal was introduced to Flans by Eric or vice versa. Do you know which one?
I Eric says he got in through Robert Quine, and Robert Quine got in as John Henry because he's on No One Knows My Plan. Eric got in through Robert Quine. Eric and Hal played with Iggy Pop together, and so
Yes.
that's an easy dichotomy. Hal got in through Eric, right?
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. So Hal got into right. So I would say so getting back to Factory Showroom. Yes, you're right. There are this is Lands actually used so number six, New York City. Hal had a big part of this too. I don't even think I played drums on that.
No, the thing that was it was gonna be a Monopuff song, and so you have Hal Cragen, you have Hal. I'm gonna get used to saying his name correctly. You
Go
have Hal
ahead.
Cragen and Steve Calhoun on that song
Yeah.
because that was the core lineup of, and Eric Skirmerhorn. You have them on that song, which is the core lineup of Monopuff, and
Yes.
that was going to be a Monopuff song until John Flansburgh must at one point he must have thought it fit better on Factory Showroom than on Unsupervised. So then Linnell overdubbed the organs, and that but it it kind of goes to show that like Monopuff and They Might Be Giants weren't so stylistically dissimilar even.
Yes,
Like
I agree.
Monopuff and They Might Be John Flansburgh liked to separate them, but then at the time he was playing Monopuff songs in They Might Be Giants shows, and he was playing a couple They Might Be Giants songs in Monopuff shows, and
Hmm.
On the Drag was kind of a both song at that time,
Yes.
stuff like that, right?
I will say that. I mean, I don't know if this will sound like a I don't know if this will be received as a disappointment, but first of all, I don't know how Linnell let this song onto the album
Mm.
because if you're partners, Linnell and Flans were partners. I mean, it's like they owned like they're partners in Exxon or Starbucks, you know, and they're letting sort of like a third party in. You don't that doesn't come easily. So I don't know if the listeners or anyone realizes the severe like you don't just allow us a song on an album that and if you look at is this song does Linnell even get songwriting credit on this?
No, it's a Cub cover.
Yeah, so I would say that if this were, and you'd be able to tell me better than anybody, but if this were one of the last times that an outsider's song were on a They Might Be Giants album, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, they still do covers, and they still recorded covers, and they still. I mean, I can think of Maybe I Know was on Long Tall Weekend.
Hmm.
Uh, let's see, Yeah Yeah is on Mink Car. Um,
Okay.
that's Georgie Fame. Um, you have The Spine doesn't have any. Um, uh, they still did Why Does the Sun Shine on Here Comes Science,
True.
and
True.
and they did another song from that Space Songs album on Here Comes Science. What is a Shooting Star? You
Hmm.
have um, nothing on Join Us, Nanobots, and Glean. Why? There's a song on Why that I'm blanking on, but yeah, they
Okay.
still did covers, but I don't claim to know any more than you do. You were there and I wasn't, right? So
Well, I was never, for like album sequencing or for the material that were chosen for an album, no one consulted me. It wasn't
yeah,
like so no eyes turned to me in around the conference table and said, so Brian, what do you think? It was like they obviously had their made up, they obviously had their internal dialogue. I would assume probably with Jamie Pittman involved as well. And I would say that I'm just looking at, well, I hate to go all over the map, but James K. Polk.
mhm.
I feel like we worked on that song earlier, much earlier than around this time. But I could be wrong.
James K. Polk was a B-side to the 1990 single release of Istanbul, Not Constantinople, and it was written by principally John Linnell with a friend they had when they were kids, Matthew Hill. And
Right.
so um, they brought it back in 1995 after never having played it live in the early 90s. But it was a B-side that existed, and they were asked about it from time to time. Um, and then in 1995, very late 1995, like the New Year's Eve show at Tramps, for example.
I remember that.
Oh, what do you remember about it?
Uh, you know what I remember? Because I just, well, not just about a year ago, I met Joey Santiago again
Mm,
at a Pixies show backstage, and his band, the Martinis, I think, opened up for us. That
yes.
was that was his wife's band. His wife was the singer, and Dave Lovering was the drummer of that band of the Martinis.
Mm,
So it was Pixies drummer and Joey Santiago. And anyway, that was it. That's pretty much my only remembrance of that show.
mm,
Tramp seemed like a sort of a smaller venue for us,
yeah.
but I remember the Martinis opened for us, and I felt a little. I mean, I felt that they were good, but I just felt because I'm such a Pixies fan,
Yeah.
so I felt a little sad that I wasn't listening to Pixies music.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
If you know what I
but
mean.
yeah, and I don't think a recording of the Martini set from this night exists, but a recording of They Might Be Giants set from the Tramp show exists. At
Oh
least
my
the first
goodness.
set. Yeah, you'll
Wow.
be surprised at how many recordings exist of They Might Be Giants performances. A lot, and
I'll tell you, I don't know. I mean, I do want to hear about it, but this is one area where like as a drummer, as a performer, I've kind of have no interest to going back to hear how bad I was back then.
No,
You
no.
know, I don't want to go like, oh my God, like
I
because then some of it'll be cringeworthy.
I mean, I think we all have these doubts about ourselves as artists because I'm a musician and an animator and stuff like that, and I look back on my older work and I think, oh, that was shit. But then you I mean, it's They Might Be Giants. You're well rehearsed, right? And then,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, that band was. I mean, this was one of Graham Maybe's first shows, like as a
Okay.
full time bassist. You know, so the
Yeah.
factory showroom lineup is coming into coming into fruition. Eric Skermerhorn was
Yes.
in the picture by late '95, anyways. So you know, and he wasn't at the show. His first show was February 90, March 96, but he was in
Okay.
there rehearsing in February 96. But you know, this Tramp show was really tight. You know, like I think you ought to give these things another chance and just listen to like how tight you were and like just how interesting these things were. I mean, the Mercury Lounge shows are a bit worrisome, but that's because these are songs that you'd never done before. Like the Factory Showroom songs were written at Mercury Lounge, pretty much.
Yes.
So
Those were used as kind of like the rehearsal space. Those shows were kind of used for sort of like a workshop, you know?
yeah, yeah, and so what if you play like a wrong note or a bum note? Everyone does, you know. So
Yeah, I'll give it a yeah, but at some point maybe send me some links or
yeah, yeah,
where
I'll
I know that
definitely.
there are sites for others. I've used some blogs and stuff to like access some obscure live shows
Yeah,
of other bands. Like, oh my goodness, I could get whatever, you know. I can get guided by voices from wherever, uh,
yeah.
live. So I know that stuff does go around. But um,
Mm.
but I also know that we did record every live show. Every live show was recorded direct to through the board. So
Mm.
whoever has that archive has a lot of stuff going
Yeah.
on.
Well, um, that's probably Pat Dillett these days, but in '95, and you know, I don't know for sure, but
95 was Paul Angeli,
yeah,
was a front of house guy. And he was responsible for bringing Pat on board, I think.
that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, Pat came in much earlier for John and John because Paul and Angeli and Pat Dillett were the engineers on Flood, and so
Okay, yes, yes.
yeah. Um, yeah. Tramp's
We-
show, December 31st, 1995. They also made a lot of like jokey references to like you know how bands like the banter like they make references to whatever they're into at the time.
Yeah.
And so they were into this episode of Fact or Fiction called Alien Autopsy. And so they make a lot of references to that. And that, it's it's hilarious, right?
I don't remember it to be honest with you.
Hmm.
But I totally believe you. I have no recollection
Yeah.
of like that and that kind of stuff, those inside references. I was part of most of them. So
Yeah.
Um, and if your listeners don't already know, I mean, Flans and Linnell had really good senses of humor, like genuinely
Oh yeah, they still do.
good, I mean, funny stuff, and they could be, it wasn't always this like intellectual humor. It could be like, your basic toilet humor, just really like anything,
Yeah.
like it's all good. That was one of the joys of kind of knowing them, It's just like uh that we always had good laughs, what things weren't always so heavy,
Yeah.
heavy and serious. So anyway, so yeah, the martinis. But when I saw Joey Santiago, so the short story is that just out of the blue during COVID, Charles Thompson started calling me occasionally and checking in on me just to bullshit.
Mm.
And we talked a lot. I mean, it was kind of nice, And and so I ended up he invited me to I think that well before COVID, he invited me to see the Pixies when they opened for Weezer at Madison Square Garden.
Oh yeah.
And that's where I asked Joey Santiago about the martinis because he had no idea who I was, and I said, "Hey, you know what? You definitely don't remember me, but I used to play with They Might Be Giants, but for some reason I can't remember the name of your band." And he said, "Oh, that was the Martinis." And anyway,
Yeah.
we had a good laugh, and then he went on to talk to 500 other people,
Mm.
and I went off. I went off to go watch Weezer.
Yeah. Speaking of Weezer, that Buddy Holly song was always in rotation in your van at the time
This is true. Yeah,
because you like that song.
it's true. I did. I like that first album a
It is a
lot.
good album.
It is a great.
The Blue album.
Yeah, the Blue album. I like the Green album too. I
Yes.
I I don't like their heavier moments where they're really like sort of like a heavy metal band, but I like the Green album and the first album, and it's true. I liked that. I liked the rock sensibility. Like here was a this was a band that was very similar to They Might Be Giants in a lot of ways, and and they were okay with sort of rocking out and playing four
Yeah.
four rock and roll, But the other album that was in the rotation at about the same time was Teenager of the Year. We listened to that constantly. At
Oh
least I
wow.
I I, I remember that was we listened to that. Tony and I listened to that constantly. But people should know that we didn't always travel together. So Tony and I would often have our own listening, you know, uh, list, and John and John would travel together too. So
Yeah.
it's sort of like a unique thing. People think that like when I was younger, I thought that like the bands would all you all lived in the same house together, and you then you would travel to the gigs. You'd help each other set up each other's gear and stuff, and then when you actually get into the business, you realize that Tony was my best mate pretty much
Yeah.
most of the time, and he was my travel partner. And we often found our own way to the shows, and we just see John and John at the sound check.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Who would have been driving you at that time? Because it at the times when They Might Be Giants were a four piece between you, John, John, and Tony, and then you, John, John, and Graham. Who would have been driving?
Well, that was just it. It was at that period. I don't remember so much the Graham, but during the Tony period, we Tony liked to drive,
Mm.
and Tony was a seasoned veteran touring musician who had years of experience on me, and I deferred to him and I trusted him. And he was basically like, and even though I had done tours with tour buses, and so I had experienced it firsthand, tour buses suck. Tour buses are horrible. Tour buses, they smell. You're sleeping in a bunk that, 50 other bands 50 other bands have used this bus. And when you see the bus, you travel all together. There's 12, usually 12 bunks on the bus. You travel together. Sometimes there's gear on the bus. If there's gear on the bus, then you, the musician, have to wait for the crew to load out of the gig before you go anywhere. And then I don't know. I could go on and on and on, but when you see a tour bus, that usually means that the band is sleeping on the bus and not in a hotel room.
Yeah.
So, and that's overnight drive. So you have a driver, you drive overnight. So what happens if you're if tonight's gig is in Schenectady, New York, and tomorrow's gig is in Boston? It's only like 3 hours away, for instance. So you drive overnight and you get to the Boston gig at 5 o'clock in the morning. And then here you are on a bus. What do you do for the rest of the day? You sleep on the stinky bus. You have to go into the venue and take a shower, use the bathroom. The bus sucks. Yeah, whenever you see a bus. And by the way, I saw Todd Rundgren close to my house in Portchester, New York, like 5 or 6 weeks ago. He was great, but there were two buses outside, and I was like, "Oh my God!" Like it's either you as a musician, you hope that it's either just for the crew or that the buses are maybe for the support staff and not for the musicians. So,
Yeah.
but so there was at a certain point we started to drive. It was so Tony convinced John and John and the management that we should just drive. We should just drive ourselves. Like, why do we need a driver? Let's drive ourselves. Tony enjoyed driving. I like to drive. And so They Might Be Giants they purchased a black Crown Vic, and that was like the pride, and that was where Linnell's house was where they parked their car. And this was like the pride of They Might Be Giants. It was one of the first times I've ever seen like a cellular phone in a car. It was like professionally installed, and it had like a cable, like a phone cable to it. It looked very
Yeah.
official, almost like a cop car. And Flange really liked it, and we all loved it, and we enjoyed traveling together. But it was at some point Tony came up with the idea that why don't you why don't you guys just rent me and Brian a car? And oh, you know what it was? I think it was mostly because John and John had other business to attend to. So like for instance, they had interviews to conduct. They had radio stations to visit on tour. They had, they had business meetings that Tony and I didn't necessarily have to be at. So Tony convinced them to just rent me and Tony our own Crown Vic, and I think it became a Lincoln Town Car because Tony had a preference, and we were rolling large in like this beautiful, brand new rented Lincoln Town Car, and that's how Tony and I would get to a gig or get to the next city, and that's pretty much how we traveled for a good part of my tenure in the band. And Tony and I would have our own list. We had a CD player in the car, which at that time was new, and we'd have our own rotation of things that we listened to. And things that I remember listening to are Weezer, Teenager of the Year, and at that point, Tony had also been playing live with Frank Black, and he was in that live band playing shows with them. So he had a personal attachment to all those songs, and we would listen to Guided by Voices. We'd listen to just other stuff that Tony grew up with in Cleveland, and obscure stuff. But yeah, television, Marquee Moon, we'd listen to. Um, we listened to a lot. We listened. People would hand us their demo tapes or just random mixtapes at shows, and we'd end up listening to these things on the road. But what everyone should know is that so we would travel by ourselves, but we basically had the itinerary for the entire tour. You were given like a spiral bound booklet, for which I didn't keep any of this stuff. Eric and I were talking about this last week. Like, I don't have any of my I threw out all of my lanyards. I threw out all of my tour booklets. I
Why'd you
threw
throw it
out.
out?
I don't know. I mean, because there's at some point, Eric was joking like moving when you move, you just get so fed up that you're just like, I'm just gonna get rid of all this shit here, all this stuff in this drawer. It's garbage, And then years later, you realize what you did. But I didn't honestly. I probably threw them out when I moved sometime in the early 2000s,
Mm.
and I had no idea that there'd be any sort of emotional attachment to any of this stuff. This was like, I'm just, at this point, at that point, maybe it was like 2 or 3 years old. I'm
Mm.
sure somebody has those tour booklets. I'm sure somebody has those tour booklets, but in the booklet you would have like, you turn to page, the next page, and it would tell you what the venue is. You're playing the Vic Theater in Chicago. Sound check is at 4. Dinner is at 6. Or will there be a buyout? Which meant that was the promoters giving you a stipend for you to go fend for yourselves to go eat in town, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the tour booklet would have all of that, including sometimes directions to the next show. So it would be, this is exit 4 off of Route 80, and proceed up Route 440 until blah blah blah, and you'll see the theater there. So it would give us instructions. So Tony and it would also give us hotel booking information, like, we're booked at this hotel, check-in time is this time, and so on and so forth. So Tony and I didn't need anyone. We just had ourselves, and anything that we'd have to pay for out of pocket, we would. But if you would just pile up your receipts, and every so often the tour manager would just reimburse you for your pile of receipts. So basically everything was paid for. Every bit of gas, every bite of food, every bottle of water, everything was completely paid for, which meant that when we roll up to a hotel in Los Angeles in our rented car, we would just let the valet park it, like $30 a night, and be whatever the tour is going to pay for this sort of thing. So that's how we got into our listening habits. But I'm surprised someone remembers that we did have a 15 passenger van, and I did enjoy that first Weezer album. So I'm sure that, and I do, yeah. There were definitely moments where there are definitely memories where I remember getting into the van with Flans and Linnell.
Mm-hmm.
So Flans, I can tell you exactly what I remember. Flans, Linnell, me, Tony, Kurt Hoffman, and Frank London.
Mm-hmm.
That's the lineup I remember.
Yeah.
In a van, if not, They Might Be Giants. It used to have a van that said They Might Be on the side doors. It was a commercial van. On the side doors, it said They Might Be Incorporated or something like that.
Yeah.
It was official. It was like it looked like, like an official like Amazon truck or something. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it was like officially stenciled, and They Might Be Incorporated.
Mm-hmm.
And occasionally they would let me borrow if I ever needed a van for a personal reason. If I need to move a piece of furniture because I bought something, or if my car was in the shop, Flans would always implore me to, why don't you just go rent, I'm sorry, why don't you just borrow our van, the band's van? So I would show up, I would I would drive this van around like all day while my car was in the shop, and pull up to the grocery store with his van and park it, and people would see like, They Might Be Incorporated. What is that? And I'll be like, don't worry about it. It's just a company I work for.
Mm. Yeah, yeah. How many people like recognized you, like, just while you were touring, or while you were running errands or doing other things, like, oh, that's the guy from They Might Be Giants.
I'll be honest, few to none.
Hmm.
There- There's no one that's gonna be looking around like I mean, who'd recognize me? It would be people that knew the band would come to town, was coming to town.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say, we were coming to Columbia, Missouri, which was actually one of my favorite secondary cities to play and to eat food. And at the time, it was like a great small college town, which was very manageable and sort of enjoyable to be in. But let's say that, and let's say that we frequently stayed at what I'm going to make it up, like the Ramada Inn, you know. So there would be some people, like two or three at the most, who might be lurking around the hotel parking lot or maybe even sitting in the lobby while me and Tony were checking in, and who might occasionally say like, are you the, are you guys and They Might Be Giants?" And then Tony was was a very social and gregarious soul. I mean, Tony's still with us. I don't mean to talk about him
Yeah.
in the in
Past tense.
in the past, but this guy like had a smile, like, this guy had friends everywhere and had a smile, a charming like personality and great smile, and would talk to anybody and was genuinely interested in everyone. And so in these moments we would sit and sometimes maybe even have a beer with somebody sitting in the hotel lobby, just bullshitting with people. But the short answer is no. No one recognized me. That would have been so cool if people like were like, "That's the drummer of, of whatever band." No one. I'll say pretty much no one ever knew. And honestly, like, and Eric and I were joking about this last week that that like for years my own wife was telling her friends that I was the drummer in the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
she was sincere. She was like, they were like, "Your husband's used to be in a band." She was like, "Yeah, the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones." I'd be like, "I love that song."
Yeah.
So that's how much people really care about what, about the band that I was in. Or, I mean, what I'm just trying to say is that you're not really on people's radar, and I felt lucky. I felt fortunate to be in the band. And like, yeah, of course, when I be there. Okay, so here's the other. I'll give you another side of the story.
Mm.
We were once, me, Tony, and John were once traveling together, driving, and we stopped at a rest stop, and I don't know, like, I'm gonna just say it was like a Bob Evans restaurant somewhere in the Midwest. We were in the middle of nowhere, literally in the middle of nowhere, and we were starving, and we were ready to eat. This was a good crew to eat with, by the way. Like They Might Be Giants, where we we all liked eating well, like eating good food, like eating at nice restaurants and stuff. And we all liked drinking coffee, like seeking out. This was before Starbucks. We would encounter a Starbucks if we were in Seattle, but like we would always seek out like the best coffee place in town, and that would be our mission. So those were our little our little side pleasures that we would enjoy.
Hmm.
And actually, in Portland, we liked this place called Coffee People, and it had some of the strongest coffee that we ever had, and it kind of, it was the only coffee that we've ever had on tour that really gave us all the jitters, and we were all a little anxious afterwards. We were like, "I'm not sure I can drink another one of these ever again in my life,"
Mm.
because they had a coffee that was called something like the Vulcan Mind Meld, which had like 40% more caffeine. And we all ordered that. We were like, "Yeah, let's try that." We all ordered like double espresso of this stuff. And it absolutely killed us for days. And but so we were at this restaurant in the somewhere, and we were starving, and somebody sat down, like a two guys sat down sort of next to us, and they ordered as well. I mean, they were at a different table, but sort of close to us, and we were just bullshitting amongst the four of us, and it ended up that those guys knew of They Might Be Giants, but it was obvious that that they sat down next to us because we were the band, and they knew all of us, and they kind of got in our conversation. And Flans at times could be very short, um, very curt with people, and
Mm.
uh, and this was a classic lineup that one of these gentlemen kind of interjected, and we listened to what he was saying, and at the end of his statement or his question about they might be giants, there was a there was a pause, and Flans just turned to the guy and said, "Feel free not to interrupt." And then we went about our conversation, and but that was classic Flans, and that's exactly the way he said it. He just like said it like deadpan. He said, "Feel free not to interrupt."
Yeah.
And but that's something that we always kind of had a chuckle about later on. Flans. That's how Flans dealt with people sometimes. But that was really the only times that I remember anybody. No one really cared. I mean, in terms of they might be giants, no one really cared about me or recognizing me, or
Mm.
occasionally I would get someone, and these were the nicer moments where, like, I would get a drummer say, like, what your drumming on this song was great, and you did this, and that's the kind of stuff that I really got I really got yardage out of.
Yeah.
But that would be only occasionally. Usually it would just be like, people would want to see John and John, and and I was kind of like just kind of with them.
Mm.
On similar topics of artistry and creativity and so on and so forth. I I never do this, but I just had a thought this morning, knowing that we would be live or we would be recorded. But if this makes it to one of your edits, that would be wonderful, because I've never on any of these interviews or podcasts done any sort of a PSA or a call to action. But all I would just tell your listeners is, first of all, thank you for listening. That that the that that people like me appreciate it far more than anyone could imagine, and I appreciate the opportunity to be interviewed. And also that, I don't know, I mean, a lot of people may think that, artists and musicians just kind of like, after they play with a band, they kind of go off and they find something else and they do like music for licensing, or but in reality, I mean, we and a lot of other independent artists need support of the of everyone in the community. And yes, it's true, I do, what I do now, I do things like local theater, I do music for licensing, I've done high school productions of Beauty and the Beast. And although I'm a gainfully employed school teacher, I still rely on my supplemental income. But anyway, to get to the point that, I don't have a Patreon, I don't have a buy me a cup of coffee button.
Mm.
But what I would like listeners to know is that I would appreciate any sort of a follow on social media, any sort of a comment, a like, a share, a subscribe to my YouTube channel, where I'm posting a free practice, free beginner practice lessons where we can practice together for 5 or 10 minutes, and all you need are your sticks. I'm trying to put up some real content that has value, and I'm not asking anything for it. So
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed.
following on social media would be awesome.
Mm.
And also another, if anyone wants to take it a step further, I do have two or three, things on any sort of streaming platform, i.e. Spotify, Apple Music, and one of them would be my solo album. And although it might not be everyone's cup of tea, my solo album called Treat and Release, but it is available on Instagram and TikTok Music. It could be, used in a TikTok and an Instagram reel and a Facebook reel and so on and so forth. That would help So there are things that listeners can do that don't require or hardly anything.
Hmm.
They could just play my music, give me another stream, comment, share something. That would be a wonderful way to support. And I feel like as independent artists, we all have to make that clear, right? I mean, clear to our audience that, sometimes we get paid and sometimes we don't. And sometimes we do this because we're in it for the long haul, and sometimes, maybe there'll be a better payoff down the road. But I think anyway, I've never sort of made that PSA, like, you can find my course on e-courses and it's only 1995. I've never done anything like that, and as of yet. But anyway, that'll be a great way for anyone listening who is listening that could easily support what I'm doing, and the same maneuver, the same could apply to any other artist friend that you have.
Yeah. Who knows what the future will hold? That's a
That,
good way to start.
that's true.
That's a good way to start. Today is part of the recording. It's July 29th now, so it's been a while since the last time I talked to Brian, but this is still the same video. So we're gonna resume from talking about TMBG, and basically not like, you know, just, anything that you think could be added onto this, one sentence later. He played on their 1996 album Factory Showroom and their 1998 live album Severe Tire Damage.
Yeah. I don't give me a different prompt, because I think that there could be, we could talk about where we recorded, where I
Yeah.
mean, I don't I don't know, honestly. I don't have the
Mm.
perspective to kind of,
Okay. Well,
take us to the next.
uh, all right. What do you want to add to your article as far as leaving the MIP Giants goes? So then we can talk about
Um,
your session work.
yeah. leaving they might well uh leaving they might be Giants was very, very difficult. Number one,
Yeah.
personally, professionally, it was like sort of, breaking up, or like moving out of the house or whatever. And this was a situation where a couple years earlier I thought I'd be with these guys for 10, 15 years. I thought I'd be with them for a long time. I saw that they had taken the time to harness their talents, right? And to really build. They had built themselves a nice business and this great enterprise. I mean, a very, very unique business that few have done since, except for, like some of the legacy artists. But um, so leaving them was tough, and just in. I think I alluded to it earlier that there. It's kind of like, if anybody's ever worked at a anybody who ever works in a corporation. If you work for a multinational corporation, that you're like, you're way down on the food chain. Your function. You're going to get certain benefits. You know what your health. What your vacation days are, and so on and so forth. Um, but when you're in a in a really cool, fun rock band that's making a lot of money, because it's my perception that a band like the MIB Giants does make a lot of money. Um, you think if you're one of four, or five, or six musicians, you are sure that, or I assured myself that, I would be enjoying, all of these wonderful financial fruits very, very soon. And um, and of course I got paid a salary. Of course I was happy to do. It's kind of like why I gave your listeners this PSA in the beginning, that everyone you could easily think that, oh, well, you got a salary. That was it. So you played, they paid you. That's it.
Mm.
And yes, this is true. However, when you're in a situation like that, like in a band like this, and it's more intimate, it's you're one of a few guys, and some of the audience is starting to associate your sound with the sound of They Might Be Giants, or they expect to see you when they go see They Might Be Giants, and so on. I don't know. You're as a musician, you expect more. You think that this is, you're going to be making more money. You're always going to be uh, doing more with the band, getting more involved in songwriting, maybe, and in other streams, other and other avenues of income. So I guess that's when I realized I essentially left the band after realizing that was never going to happen. I was just sort of a pay for play kind of player. That was it. And and I'm not trying to diminish my contributions, but in a sense, drummers of my caliber are dime a dozen, because if when I left, if that wasn't true, if when I left, there would have been They Might Be Giants revolts, and fans would have tracked me down and demanded that I play with a band. But really, they easily replaced me, and there's a lot of great musicians out there.
Mm.
And so that's essentially, I don't know how to encapsulate that, but it was a tough decision, but it was one that it was like a harsh reality. Like I'm never gonna go beyond where I am with this band right now. So, at the time, I don't know how I was in my early 30s. I'm gonna be 50 years old and still the drummer for They Might Be Giants, waiting for them to call me after after they're done with their 3 month vacation in Fiji or whatever, and then I'll be starving for work. And that is a different. That's sort of off topic, but there's a great documentary about, I forget what it's called, about the bass player in the New York Dolls. Have you ever heard about this movie?
No, I haven't, but I'll look it up very
Oh my
quickly.
goodness. I forget what the name of it is. The bass player of the New York. And anyway, I think it's the bass player of the New York Dolls. But he's basically the whole one of the underlying themes of the movie, and the message that the viewer gets is that here's this guy, the bass player in a really popular band, riding around in limos and being a rock star, but really in reality, he's starving. He can't pay his rent. He is completely broke. He's down on his luck, and it's not due to drugs or mismanagement. It's because he's wasn't making a lot of money. So I sort of felt like that guy. I was a struggling musician during my tenure with They Might Be Giants, and continually, like, I felt struggle. I had financial struggle. I had personal struggle. I struggled to keep other avenues of work open
Mm.
so that I could work when they were not on tour and so on. So, but it's
Oh,
so that's
are you talking about the film New York Doll about Arthur Kane?
yes, yes, Arthur
Okay,
Kane.
I
That's the
see
guy's
now.
name. Yes,
Yeah.
that's a movie that'll sort of take, you know that that resonated with me because I felt a lot like Arthur Kane. Unfortunately, I think he ended up committing suicide.
Mm.
I am definitely not going to commit suicide. But it. I think that the the normal, the pedestrian's perception of a musician is that everything's good. This is great. You have a lot of fun. You get to play the drums. This is a lot of fun. You get to do
Mm.
what you love. You get paid for it. And on the other hand, if you found out that, yeah, well, while I'm getting paid, I'm basically, 2 weeks of every month I'm not working.
Mm.
4 months of every year I have zero income, and meanwhile, people working as bank tellers have a better lifestyle than the rock drummer. And that's kind of what this Arthur Kane movie tells or spells out for the viewer.
Yeah. He didn't die of suicide. He died of leukemia
Oh, okay.
on July 13th,
Oh, darn it.
2004. But yeah.
Okay, so you could fact check this. Then there has to be a point in the movie he either jumped out of a building or he fell out of an elevator or something like that. And maybe that's where I got died of suicide during. But I thought there was something like that. But anyway, poor guy, right? The poor guy, died of leukemia. Thank goodness he didn't commit suicide. But I definitely felt like Arthur Kane.
He attempted suicide.
All right, there you go.
Yeah. I haven't seen the film. I'm reading the plot synopsis also off Wikipedia.
It's decent. It's decent. There are, as far as like rock documentaries go or music documentaries, there are, I've never seen the movie 20 Feet from Stardom, but it's supposed to be good. One of my favorite ones is called Muscle Shoals, which is I would highly recommend this movie to anyone, even mildly interested in music. But there's a couple of them that make the musician kind of like make it seem like, session musicians are like you're sort of the special ops team. You come in and you're the best of the best, and you get paid a ton of money, and you just walk out a couple hours later, and you go to a bar somewhere and just debrief for the rest of the day, and all that's bullshit.
Mm.
So that's kind of it. What does that answer your question about what should we put about leaving the MIP Giants? It's a tough decision, but it was one based on my personal business.
Yeah.
I can add that this isn't speaking out of school. I did ask. I mean, I asked John and Jamie. I asked all parties involved. Like, I need to make more money. And it's not just me asking for money. Like, I need to make more money. I need to work more. I need to work more consistently. I would like to be part of this a bigger part of this operation. And then nothing ever happened.
Do you remember when that was?
Well, I think I left. My last show with them was 1996. New Year's Eve, 1996.
I know when you're okay. So first of all, I know the first show Dan Hickey played with MIP Giants, who was the drummer that succeeded you.
Yeah. What was that?
That was February 7th, 1997. So your last show with them was
New Year's Eve,
January 4th, 1997. Because
okay,
then there's a radio appearance on February 2nd, but Mississippi Nights in St. Louis, Missouri, January 4th, 1997 was your last.
Gotcha. So yeah, and they didn't seem they didn't seem like, oh my God, I'm so hard, I'm so sad to hear this. This is crazy. There's no way that we'd want you to suffer. Let's make sure that we include Brian in more of our music licensing, or we're going to embark on a new project with children's music, and that will give you a bigger piece of the royalty, where instead of getting 0 like you are now, we'll give you 2% royalty. Something that there was no plan, there was nothing. It was just kind of like, oh, so sorry to hear. So that's basically it. They couldn't care less.
Do you remember?
But it wasn't like we had arguments or anything.
Do you remember?
Do I remember what?
Do you remember like where you asked the Johns and where you asked Jamie Kitman?
Oh, this would be via phone.
Oh yeah.
This would be via phone. Yeah, listeners. I mean, my story is that, and others in the band might agree. Maybe Eric would agree, but my story is that after a certain point, it was always everything was doom and gloom with They Might Be Giants, and as far as the management was concerned, uh, I don't know how we're going to make it to the next tour. I don't know how we can I don't know how we can sustain this. We might have to go back to just having John and John play solo shows. Things are so bad. And in reality, it wasn't bad at all. For instance, during this doom and gloom period, they hired a trumpet player and a trombone player, and I was the first one to say, wait a second, you've been asking me to take a salary cut, and then now you just hired two more musicians, and you have to pay them their full salary. Oh yeah, don't worry about that. Don't be so negative. Like it's going to be okay. This has nothing to do with that. Their money, the money from their thing is coming from tour support. But your salary, there was every excuse in the world for me to look over here and not over there, where I was not making any more money. There were points where we were, me and Tony were asked to take salary cuts. Trying to think if there was anything else. And then there were points where I would just call plans, like I would call him on a Friday night on the phone and say, I'm having trouble with this. Like I'm having trouble paying my bills. I'm having, I can't be on the road for 2 months and then have you guys decide you're going to take the entire, summer off, June, July, August, and maybe tour in September, and think that I'm going to be able to be solvent in November when you take more time off. So these were conversations we had over the phone a few times. I never talked business to Linnell because he never. I would send him emails occasionally about this stuff, and he would never respond at all. And then at a certain point, I was told specifically, like directly by Jamie Kitman, not to talk business with any of the Johns. Don't talk to them about any sort of business, money, business, income, your troubles, anything. So that's when I stopped talking.
All right.
Basically, yeah.
Your Wikipedia, we could talk about They Might Be Giants forever, but
yeah,
we do want to finish your Wikipedia article. So your Wikipedia article goes, and it's basically just a list from here of like, session musician. Who have you been a session musician for?
Right.
And do you think anything here deserves like more discussion?
I'm just looking at it right now.
Maybe your time with XTC, given the association with They Might Be Giants.
No, only because that song I played with XTC was strictly that was a recording session of one day, and that's really the only time I've met them. There was no rehearsal, nothing, and that song has been pulled from everywhere. You can't find that song anywhere streaming. Maybe there's a reason behind that. I have no idea. No, I think that the session part is okay. However, as a pro and as an outsider, of course, if this can be tidied up a little bit, by all means, go ahead. A Keep It Simple series, honestly, is this is I put this out, and if this does end up making an edit for one of your presentations, I thought it would be really cool. This was before Logic, before Apple really came out with a really great digital audio workstation. I thought it'd be really cool to just sort of give musicians and composers like a song length drum track of like 2 or 3 minutes, and then see if anybody used it to record their songs or to practice with, for instance. So, and it was easy enough for me to record it.
Oh, he left. Hi again, Brian.
Hey, what's going on?
Um, the call dropped while you were talking about recording drum tracks for musicians to use.
You drop a little bit down. What's on?
Oh,
Hold on.
just like that. Actually, now it's breaking up, and it's like, I'm
Hold on,
sorry to say, but
let me.
yeah.
Once we take this off.
Mm.
See what happens if I just use the.
That's much better.
You hear me?
Yes.
Does it sound like it's breaking up?
No, and
Okay, hold on 1 second.
it's fine.
I might have to put you on. It's funny. I'm on my phone. Okay, try me now. Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Perfect. Great.
So,
So, I think it's my AirPods, to be honest with you. Guys are not always cooperative. Anyway, yeah, go ahead. The call dropped out when we did what? When we said what?
we were talking about how you would record drum tracks in this period for musicians to use before there was such a thing as Logic or Apple GarageBand was the norm.
Exactly, yeah. And that's essentially it. I thought I was like so ingenious for doing this and that, this would be so cool, or DJs would use it, somehow and remix with it, and that's kind of it. It's just kind of just I created it. There's probably between the two. I know the Wikipedia says that there's 3 volumes. I don't recall putting out a 3rd volume.
Oh, now you're talking about Keep It Simple.
Yeah, Keep It Simple. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
We jumped a bit down, but okay. Yeah, from what I was expecting, but yeah.
Yes.
Okay, this is 2010, 2011, and 2012. So Logic and GarageBand were things, but yeah.
Oh yeah. I was totally oblivious to them. I was, I'm sure they were, and that's unfortunate for me. I thought I was so groundbreaking, and that I was gonna, people were gonna just run, musicians and songwriters were just gonna like trip over each other as they're trying to get to these awesome drum tracks. And really, at the end of the day, a few people. I've gotten a few good, a few positive feedback comments on it, and really that's kind of it. No one knows that they're there, but if this is presented where a listener can hear me, I would say that, gosh, this would be a great practice tool for any students, if you're a teacher and you have students and you're not a drummer. Have your students practice along to these grooves, have them play their lesson material along to a professional drummer, and it's free. It's all free. So there you go.
Yeah, they're still available. I can see on the internet.
Oh yeah,
Keep it simple. Yeah.
Yeah, they're available. They're I think at the time that I not posted them, but released them through CD Baby, that no, I don't think there were ever physical copies you could buy. This was always a streaming service. But I think at one point you were able to download them in iTunes, and in the last few years, Apple Music's made it very difficult to download any music. If you if you haven't noticed.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and I don't use Apple Music, so I haven't noticed. But yeah.
Gosh, what do you listen to music on?
YouTube.
Good.
But I prefer records and CDs and tapes.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Do you subscribe to premium YouTube, or do you go through all the?
I just use YouTube with an ad blocker.
Oh,
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Well, okay, it's basically like a browser extension um, that you use on Firefox. The one that I'm using is called uh, uBlock Origin,
Okay.
and you know a
I
lot of
never even
a
I
lot of
never even
yeah
knew that those existed. I
they
never
do,
even knew that. Yeah.
and they're infinitely useful.
That's so
YouTube
cool.
YouTube has taken a very backwards anti ad blocker stance, but there's a bit of code that you can put into the uBlock Origin browser extension, and it circumvents that. And
Amazing.
not only does it take off those pesky ads, but it also removes potentially malicious advertisements from other websites. So, for example, you go on. Um, I mean, there's all those weird, you know, slightly pornographic ads that you don't want to see, and
Yes.
that take you to always, malware spyware sites. So
Mhm.
those are just gone completely, and pop-ups are blocked. It's really useful. You
Oh
want to
my
use an
God.
ad blocker in 2024.
Yes. At a different time, you and I will. You'll walk me through it. You'll
I
like
will. I'd love to. Yeah.
you're gonna pretend like I'm a kindergarten student, and you'll walk me through it
Yeah,
so
just
that
like
I
on
can.
Reddit, explain like I'm 5.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So like, because it's freaking crazy that like should YouTube, I mean, can they can host the music, and the musician I'm sure makes like a thousandth of a cent for every 100 streams.
Yeah.
So like they can basically feel free to pay the artist nothing, but then charge someone $100 per ad or whatever, or however they do it. That's crazy, right?
Yeah. And that's just like the thing with like advertising in general, and like, living in a society where this is a much deeper conversation than your Wikipedia article, but
Yeah, no, I know.
yeah.
We
Um
could we
we'll
could,
talk about
we could
this
get back
much
to what
later
you
when
want.
I walk you through uBlock Origin, but I'll send that in the email. Um but I want to scroll back up a bit, you know, to this clause, to this paragraph. In 1995, he contributed to a testimonial dinner, The Songs of XTC, by Thirsty Ear Records. Again, that's not how you phrase various artist comps. In
Yeah.
1999, he contributed additional drums to the album State Songs by former bandmate John Linnell. Again, this was probably pre 99. The album
Hmm.
spent 4 weeks on the CMJ 200 chart. That should be on its own article, to be quite honest. But
Yeah.
um, uh,
You know what?
and it's
However,
only one song anyway on this the testimonial dinner. It's the They Might Be Giants 25 o'clock one. There
yes.
there are songs by Freddie Johnston and Joe Jackson on there, but Graham Maybe's on the Joe Jackson one, but Freddie Johnston, the one I looked at the liner notes just a while ago, and there's a different drummer.
Frank Velarde.
That's right.
Yeah. He's a very good drummer, by the way.
Yes.
And gosh, I feel like I'm so willing to promote other drummers' careers.
Hmm.
Maybe that's not always a good thing, but he is such a great drummer.
Honestly, I like when instrumentalists, or specifically people that main on one instrument, happen to promote other musicians that also play that same instrument.
Yeah.
Technically your competition, but
Yes.
you're promoting them, and that's kind of admirable. You know,
Yeah. Thank you.
on
Thank you.
that.
Sometimes I do it to a fault, to my own disservice. But
Yeah, but I
hey,
think
so
that there's a kind of humbleness aspect, I guess.
mm,
Um,
yeah, maybe.
yeah.
Um, for this for this, I'm not right now. I'm not looking at the computer, but I know this. This is like a long paragraph. I don't like just. You could do whatever you want with it. Put because these songs with Linnell or they Might Be Giants were recorded during my time with They Might Be Giants, but they may have been
Yes.
released later. So I don't know how I don't know what the rule book says on that, but I really don't care, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you're right. Like any of the terminology by Thirstier Records, or I don't even, if it's worthy mentioning that Linnell's. I think Linnell released that. Okay, so I think that was we recorded that with the intent that that would be on Flansburgh's label, Hello Records.
Yeah. Hello CD
I
of the Month Club, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then I think later, after my time, he he fleshed it out for like a full length release or an EP or something.
Yes. That's exactly what happened. Some of these tracks were recorded in 1994, um, but then you have other songs which were recorded in 1999 as for the album. But he
Yes.
put out
Yeah.
he put out a kind of EP with uh, I for, he put out quite a bit with John Flansburgh's label. Let me see the Hello CD of the Month Club on This Might Be a Wiki. And
Yeah, Flans had a good idea
yeah,
there.
the one for
Yeah.
June '94 is state songs.
Right.
South Carolina, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Maine, and Nevada are on this one. So
Uh-huh.
everything else must have been in 1999.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think of that, I think I only played on two songs, and the rest is either another drummer or it's Linnell programming drums.
Mm-hmm.
I think I only played on South Carolina and Maine. Am I right?
To be honest, I haven't heard state songs in a while.
All
But
right,
yeah.
that's fine. It's fine.
Uh,
But basically, yeah, you can reword this paragraph any way you want.
yeah.
It's fine. The whole thing just looks awkward.
Yeah.
So I can and thank you. I appreciate it. But just go
Oh, of
ahead.
course.
Just I'll give you license. Go ahead, take care of it. Make it flow nice, and I'll be happy. I'm not going to complain. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. Yeah, and that's that's all that I expected. Is just I wanted the agency to kind of. I should let you know that like this might not be immediate. Like I'll put these recordings up on YouTube, but then it might be a couple days because there would be so much to edit and so much to add and so much to change and so much to correct. But
Don't worry about it.
you'll
It's
have to
fine.
bear with me there.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
It's not. I'm not gonna. It's not gonna make or break me or my
Yeah.
situation. You know.
All right. Um, do you want to talk about Treat and Release since that's your solo album that you'd like to promote? It's
Sure.
12 years old now, but
Yeah.
and I
Which
think
is really
I
way
think it
older than
warrants a follow up. But
Yeah. Um. Well. I mean. Are we? We're talking about for the. I think the Wikipedia entry is actually okay,
mm,
but I think I'll just talk about it, and then if you feel like you want to add different points,
yeah,
add or subtract to that, because I feel like it has two small paragraphs. I feel like that's good enough. But basically, here's what happened. I was motivated, I would say, or inspired. No, inspired is a better word. I was inspired to write my own songs when I worked with They Might Be Giants.
mm,
I saw like this is where, I mean, this is how this is how you're gonna, you know, next level or level up your stuff, if you're one of the songwriters. So I reached out to people to co-write with me, and for instance, Graham was one. We would hammer out some ideas, together. We didn't really record anything. Maybe we recorded like a couple little demos somewhere, but to be honest with you, I didn't feel like he like a lot of people that I would approach would be like, "What? You're a drummer? Like you don't write songs? It's ridiculous." Like
Yeah.
you know, so I don't think anybody really took it like took my drive and ambition like seriously. So I kind of set off on my own and started writing songs at that studio that I told you about earlier that I had at my in when I lived in Jersey City, New Jersey. That
Yeah.
I rehearsed that with Ben Folds and so on. I just started recording my own stuff, and I wasn't a guitar player, but I picked up a guitar and I knew how to play some bar chords. So I started fleshing out some ideas. I don't know. Some of them
Mm-hmm.
were horrible, and others were, somewhat passable. And basically, that's pretty much what I did. I mean, I had zero help. I did at one point. I'll tell you, like Flans gave me sort of like a, a lukewarm. I think I asked him to help, like would he be interested in like producing a song or something, and sort of gave me like a yeah like the adult patting the child on the head, like, yeah, sure, that's really cute. Yeah, maybe I'll help you with that sort of thing. I was like the little 5-year-old who was patting me on the head. Oh, isn't that cute? Brian's writing songs. Oh, you know. So
Jesus.
and no, I'm serious about it though. I was
I
like,
yeah.
you know, and then I got Tony involved. So Tony was slightly motivated, I would say. He's like, yeah, sure, let's do some stuff. So I brought all a handful of ideas to him. Uh, he was just starting his own sort of home studio business, which would later become his, transition into his full-fledged Studio G business in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, which is a huge. I've never been there, but it apparently is a great studio, very successful.
Mm.
But so me and Tony recorded, and then we record our stuff, and then we play guitar. We didn't have a guitar player. There was a point that working with Tony, to be honest with you, where he was interested, but I think he was busy, and I really wanted to get stuff done. And sometimes when you have another person and you have to wait for them, and then they want to fix the track, but it takes weeks for them to do it. So at a certain point, I went on without Tony, and I got a guitar player who's a friend of mine to play guitar in it. And I got and I ended up replacing some of Tony's bass tracks, which were fine, but after we had layered some other things on it, the tracks didn't sit well. And and um and then I got an old friend of mine who's more into jazz or instrumental music, to sort of like produce like this, because he had some vocal arrangement ideas, and I did not consider myself a lead vocalist, so I needed some help with phrasing, background vocals, and this was the guy that helped me do it, and he did it out of the kindness of his heart and pro bono from his home studio on 83rd Street in Manhattan. So really, I mean, I did end up getting help.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say that I did not get help. I mean, musicians that played on my solo album did not get paid, and Steve Light, who produced it, did not get paid, and so I'm very appreciative of their talents and their hard work. And unfortunately, I mean, I wish it was a bestseller. I could have paid everybody like $100,
Yeah.
Instead, I don't even meet the threshold for payment on CD Baby. So. It's basically it. But through this, Tony and I sort of had a falling out because of this. Tony felt slighted like I wasn't waiting for him, that we had started this project together. Meanwhile, I had taken him some songs that when these songs were in their infant stages, I had taken these songs to him, and to be honest with you, he sort of poo-pooed them as well. He was like, this is," when people have give you sort of like almost like an eye roll, like, "Oh, this is nice," or "This is oh," or like I listened to it, like no feedback or anything. Like you could just tell, like, "Geez, could you try a little more to make it obvious that you're not into what I'm presenting?"
Mm.
And I don't think it's for lack of. I don't think it was lack of. I mean, some of the songs are good. I think some of the songs are really good. I think some of the songs warrant re-recording them. Right? Some of the songs could, if they were re-recorded and served up, they could be even better. And maybe that's something I'll consider doing
Hmm.
later at some point, or if I have the resources. But it's not a project I want to take on now. But to get to the story, Tony and we started recording those songs in 1996, and they sort of stayed on and then they were done. I'm going to say in like 1999 or 1998, completely done and mastered. And then I did nothing with them for how many years? Like 14 years, and until I released them on CD Baby.
Mm.
And then
Wow,
I don't know.
that didn't even happen in 2012. This should be in the late 90s.
Hold on one second. I just stepped outside to get some decent quiet, and then the second I step outside, like the guy next door is like redoing his driveway. There's like a construction crew out there.
Oh dear.
The second, no, it just seems to happen. And
Yeah.
then there's like five lawnmowers going. Anyway, um, where do we want to go with this? Oh yeah, I released them, and I don't know why. I kind of felt maybe I was a little self conscious. Felt maybe I would have a band name, instead of going by my name. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it really mattered one way or another, a band name or my name,
Mm.
but I just felt it would be cool to like present this as if we were a band. The band is called Treat and Release, you know, and then that's that's how it happened, and basically that's it. No one's reviewed, like back in the day, 2012. I tried to get people to review it or listen to it or use it in student films and stuff, and then after a while you just sort of lose the drive, and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
I'm very proud of some of those songs.
Yeah.
I did a
Yeah.
lot of that shit myself. I mean, I was like the producer, singer, songwriter, the drummer, the general contractor.
Hmm.
I did a lot of shit.
Yeah. Um, how about the short film "Who the F is Brian Doherty"?
Yeah, I think you should delete that entirely. Delete that entry. That
Oof.
was because, I mean, we could talk about it, but I think just delete it. It's not noteworthy. Um, I collaborated with a student filmmaker maybe in 2010 or so. I'm ballparking it.
This is
And
October 2012. It says.
2012. Okay, perfect. And it didn't end up anywhere near. I thought I was going to get this was going to get professional. Like this was going to be like a sort of a nice showcase film about who I was, and it was just bad.
Mm.
It was just bad. Wasn't good. Didn't turn out good. So it's not something I really want to point people to. And if I had the option, I would just delete it. I think it's deleted off of YouTube, or I don't know. It's not great.
Yeah, I can't find it, but um, I I don't delete things if they're on the Wikipedia already, but I'll add that it wasn't successful But, you know, like, again, this perhaps it isn't noteworthy since it's not on the internet anymore, but,
Hmm.
you know, that's for me to worry about. But that's actually where your Wikipedia article ends, aside from the discography. Um, so, what have you done since 2012?
Yeah. Does the Wikipedia article talk about my Broadway experience? Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, yeah. We can. That this is a bit in like this is in the 2000s and 2010s. Like uh,
So we end around 2010, and at that point,
we end in
I
2012, but yeah,
okay, we end in 2012, and from 2012 to 2020, I consistently and regularly worked on Broadway in New York City on Broadway shows
mm-hmm.
while being a school teacher during the day. And those shows, I think Rent was listed, Hairspray closed before that. But the show that I mainly did until I think it talks about my show with Twilight Tharp. I think I mean, among other things, we could just say that I worked Broadway up until about January of 2020,
Mm.
and that my last show that I performed on was called Waitress by Sarah
Yes,
Bareilles. I don't know if it listed that. Does it list that?
no, but I this is kind of shoved in the in like the 2000 to 2009 section, you
Oh,
know.
gotcha. Oh
But
boy.
so
Yeah, essentially from 2000 to 2020 for 20 years. I would say more regularly than not. I worked on Broadway as a drummer,
yeah, that makes sense.
and I don't know how you want to put that in the timeline, but there maybe 6 months or a year went by without me having a show, but that's pretty normal in
Yeah.
that culture. But from 2017 to 2020, I worked Waitress until it closed in January 6th of 2020.
Uh huh.
All the while, teaching, of course, with my regular job, and also sporadically doing recording dates here and there. But really, I'm not sure there's much anything of noteworthy. Well, there is. I embarked on a project with another teacher friend of mine named Steve Sabat,
Mm-hmm.
and we've released two EPs on. They're available everywhere, and it's Sabat and Doherty. And we wrote we co-wrote the songs. Some of them are instrumental, some of them are vocal. I wrote the lyrics where there's a vocal song, and it was basically a 50-50 split
Mm.
for this, and just did it sort of out of labor of love. We did it after I got Logic. So all of a sudden, like, I woke up one day and, like, wait, I should buy Logic. I'd been using GarageBand, and I'm gonna say it around 2017 or so, or maybe in 16. I got Logic, and I became completely, like, motivated. Wow, I'm gonna record stuff. So this is sort of my partner, where I would send him, hey, I just learned how to record my drums. Play guitar on this. So was this sort of guy. He's good friend, great musician, very open, and what else can I say? I mean, so we started these little projects, and then he would put guitar on something, and then I would make a percussion overdub, and then I'd write some lyrics, and then decide to sing on it. But basically, an exercise to get me to use Logic. But
Yeah.
we ended up releasing these two EPs, which are decent. I would say we're very proud of our work, of course, but Everything is still a work in progress. I mean, there's some good songs, there's some not so good songs, there's some great mixes, then there's some mixes where some instruments are too loud and so on. But we did our best, and we decided that we would just put the stuff out there anyway.
Yeah. First EP, Sabbath and Doherty, was released in March 2020. Second EP, The Secret, was released in January 2023.
Okay, yeah, we probably started recording that first EP a little earlier, maybe
Mm.
2018. So maybe my timeline is a little off, but
What
yeah,
was that?
basically 2018. I'm gonna ballpark,
Okay.
and so that's something I guess of note for the Wikipedia article.
Mm-hmm.
And I've done. I'm trying to think. Like, you'd have to tell me if any of this seems interesting, or like if you were me, would you want this on your Wikipedia page or whatever? I don't know.
It's all interesting. If I were you, I would just want the Wikipedia page to be accurate and current.
Gotcha.
That's all I'd really want of anybody for their Wikipedia page, to be accurate and current. And so, we should also talk about how many podcasts you've done, your own.
Oh yeah,
and,
of course.
The ones that you were on, because that's kind of what you're doing now.
Mm-hmm. Right on. So Sabbath Doherty. Also, I've worked with a band called Hotel Casino Band, where they've released 2 or 3 songs with me on drums.
Mm-hmm.
Hotel Casino Band. I think they released a song called 2028, 23rd. I don't know, something like that. And another song called Galaxy. I'm gonna look it up right now. Yeah, a song called 2028 and a song called Galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the. Oh, and a song called Hand Me Down. So I'm on 3 of their songs, and they're actually pretty good. They're decent. They're decent songs.
Yeah.
Mm. I'm just trying to. I know that we're going for accuracy, but I don't feel like every little thing I've done is needs to be on the Wikipedia page. Just something of the nature like that. I remain active recording from my studio, remotely or in person. Something of that nature to this day, to this very day.
Yeah.
And I'm trying. So as far as do you want to move to the podcasts?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a prompt. Push me in a direction, and then we can go.
Okay. Brian Doherty podcast, 2020 to present.
Okay. Well, basically started out of it's one of these COVID stories, out of sort of fear, desperation, urgency, boredom, all of the above. Like, and also like, gosh, I should do this as well. Like, because I think what turned me on to podcasts in the beginning was that podcast Serial. Have you listened to that one?
I haven't. I don't listen to a lot of podcasts, but yeah, I've heard of it.
It's actually pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually very good. I mean, it's like basically like a true crime, whodunit sort of thing, and it's sort of, I don't know, keeps you engaged, keeps you interesting. One week you're certain that the main character definitely committed the crime. The next week you're like sure that he's completely innocent and imprisoned, wrongfully imprisoned. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So but I've been listening. I'm always scouring YouTube mostly to like check out musicians, what they're saying, what they're talking about. I'm scouring Netflix for new movies, like the New York Dolls one, like the Muscle Shoals, like really whatever is out there. And so I thought, why don't I just interview my friends or people that I, you know, am very motivated to have on my show. And so I started with I don't know how this came about, but my first podcast was with that guy Stefan Gelfess, I think.
Mhm.
That was my first. I don't know if it was the first one released, but maybe I started with some of my friends where I just interviewed them. You know, uh, one of my friends, actually, a guitar player named Greg Scaff, has three three or four solo albums in his own right, and is like very well respected in the jazz world as a jazz guitarist. But I was a big fan of this band called the Good Rats, who are from Long Island, New York, and they were signed to Warner Brothers Records, and could have been they were the band that kind of inspired Twisted Sister and Rat and like all
Mhm.
this whole generation of music was the Good Rats, and and of course they had the story where nothing ever happened with them. They opened for a lot of other bands, but they never ended up, getting the recognition that they deserved. But they were signed by this guy named Stefan Gelfess, who worked for Warner Brothers, and he ended up producing their first album, which came out, believe it or not, I think in 1973. It
Mhm.
was called Tasty. It was really good, a very good rock album, like a little kooky, but really good. Uh, I connected with Stefan through Facebook and interviewed him, and I ended up learning. I mean, he was so impressed, I would say, that I knew so much about the Good Rats, because this was his, as a music producer, this was like one of his like gotaways, like one of his like, in his story, like at the time that I interviewed him, he was 73 or so, 72, 73.
Mhm.
And this was like the band that years earlier he, put his heart and soul into, and but he was anyway, that interview kind of got me going to move forward and trying to get more guests to come on. And for my workflow, I mean, I'm not, if it's I don't know how to say this. If I've asked people to come on my podcast, which is basically a conversation about music, and many people haven't responded to my emails. Many people haven't, many people say sure, but then there's also, some of these people are like, yeah, I would love to. How do you, how do you log into Zoom? Or like, I don't know how to turn on my computer. Stuff like that. I've, encountered like a whole host of, not, I don't want to say problems, but issues, you know,
Yeah.
getting guests to be on my show till I was just, I think one day I was like, fuck it. I'll get guests. I'll get guests as they're ready to appear. And if people want to come on, I'll get in touch with them naturally. It'll be a natural conversation and so on and so forth. And so basically that's it. Like,
Mm.
I'm trying to think. So Graham, for instance, was a natural, and he wanted to let it all out. He had never done really many interviews, and he had never really done anything like this. And he had never been interviewed by somebody who had, in this manner, that had like worked with him and that knew his work. I was a huge fan of Graham Mabie's before I even knew him.
Yeah.
And I'm 10 years younger than him, so like he was the senior member, and I knew all of his work with Joe Jackson, and I was like completely starstruck when, like, the first day I ever met him.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
uh,
We have less than 1 minute left, so. Oh yeah, perfect. Just as I'm explaining to him. We left off yesterday. We were talking about the podcast you did with Graham Maybe 4 years
yes,
ago.
yes. So yeah, give me another. I mean, give me a prompt. Give me
Um, yeah, just more on the Brian Doherty podcast if you want.
sure. Basically, it's a very informal, casual chat, mostly with musicians that I know personally or that I know of, and I'm very familiar with their work, or ones that I've actually worked with and played on recordings or played gigs or touring with. So it's slightly, it's a slightly somewhat different angle or approach
Yeah.
compared to other podcasts that I'm aware of in that the host. I'm not only familiar with their work, but I have like performed and created music with them, and so I've gone through the creative process, I guess. But you know what? I'll be honest with you. Most of the 99. I don't know if you ever listened to them, but I would say me rarely have I ever really spoken with a guest about working with me. I mean, so
Mm.
which is kind of funny. It's like
Yeah, yeah.
because you would think that on the surface of it, it would be like, oh, you guys are going to talk about when Brian played drums on this and Graham played bass on that. And really, when I talked to Graham for 3 episodes, I don't think we talked at all about me ever playing drums with him. I don't even think you would be
That's
aware of it if you weren't familiar with my work.
that's what kind of I listened to those interviews, and you know that's what surprised me. Is like you think you worked with him on you know Freddie Johnston and on They Might Be Giants, you would have talked to him about that. But even in the third part, he glanced over it. It's mostly about his work with Joe Jackson, which is really good stuff. But knowing the Doherty maybe history, you'd think it would be like, yeah, you'd think it would
Yeah,
be
yes.
much more of that kind of conversation.
I would say in that specific case, I mean, this is a case where, you know, uh, I'm leading a guest, and I'm sure you might do the same thing, but I lead a guest and I have some things back pocketed that I may want to discuss, but and I didn't feel like Graham had much of an interest in, going down that road with
Mm.
like our time and They Might Be Giants. And I was just, I wasn't feeling it in the moment. And, you know, I, I guess I could have just asked him questions about his experience with They Might Be Giants, but I never did. Guess what? Maybe you'll do another one. Maybe Graham is always up for another episode. And on my little podcast, which the view counts are very low. I
Yeah,
mean, Graham's episodes are always in the, if not several hundred into a couple thousand.
yeah,
So yeah, I'll have to get Graham again. This all came about because he actually interviewed me briefly for a book that he was writing,
mm.
and this, I don't know, a couple years ago at least. And Graham, this is a fantastic idea. I'm going to be your first customer. I'm going to buy your first copy of the book and read it. And and then and then he never followed through on it.
Yeah. He said he was working on his memoirs. Did
Yeah.
he
And
shelve that?
I don't know what he did, and I think he I think he did, and every time I get like a really nice supportive, if you read the comments on my YouTube channel, no one. I mean, again, 99 point, almost, I would say all of them are saying this is great. I love Graham. Graham is great, and then a handful of them say, so where's the book?
Yeah, and
And
I would have thought, like, books take a long time to write. Maybe he's still working on it. But,
yes, yeah. But I'll tell you this. So I always, he's not really like, I guess he's tech savvy enough, but he's every time I get one of those comments, I always like take a screenshot of it and then text it over to him and say, "Come on, man, where's the people want it," and he'll respond with something like, "Ah, oh, geez, yeah, I really got to get on that."
yeah.
And yeah, that's basically it. So that's basically my podcast. I am sometimes stumped or stymied about how to get guests because I don't, I only know so many people, and there's a whole crop of like a newer breed of musician coming in, and different artists, and so I don't know if this makes it to your podcast. If anybody has a suggestion about how to get into the good artists, let me know.
Yeah. Well,
I did ask Ben Folds to come on, and I couldn't even get through
uh,
his circle of management and stuff, and
yeah.
they you know hardly even believed that at one time I knew Ben, and but no, that would have been fun.
Yeah. I'll tell you this, Let's Edit Wikipedia Together is not a podcast. It's just the audio of interviews coupled with, appropriate visual accompaniment, I guess, that will
Great.
go on YouTube, and this is used as a source on your Wikipedia article. And so,
Yeah.
you know, but I'm
No,
stitching
perfect.
these together. Like so far it's over 3 hours.
Wow.
Might be more. That's crazy too, because, like, you know some of the longest interviews I've ever conducted were 3 hours, and if in totality I have like maybe over a day's worth of just interviews of with people, but that's also besides the point. But Let's Edit Wikipedia Together isn't really a podcast, and the interviews that I conduct with whoever I'm interviewing in that moment aren't really for podcasts. But
Right.
I do have my own podcast, but it's very inactive, and you know that's just like very close friends or people that I met and people that I think would like
Right.
to be on a stuff like
No,
that.
I would say like anything. I mean, I know. I mean, first of all, it's a great idea to sort of the edit Wikipedia together
Hmm.
idea is really cool.
Yeah,
Number two, I haven't had a chance to check out your links, so I'm going to check them out.
yeah,
And but also, I would think like anything that people can watch or listen to on YouTube, I would call a podcast.
yeah,
I would
yeah,
just think of it as like any sort of even informational or edutainment sort of thing.
yeah,
You know, but no, so that's basically. I think that's enough about my podcast. I I enjoy it when I can do it, and I'm a little shocked I, that I'm shocked that more people don't listen to it, but I'm not surprised. And
yeah,
and I wish that I could get like that, two or three really, juicy guests who have like tons of followers who can kind of like help boost the channel. But it is what it is.
yeah. Um, let's talk about some of the other podcasts that you've been on. Um, let's talk about This Might Be a Podcast,
Sure.
because I've talked to Greg Simpson, and he's a good guy. He knows what he's doing.
Yes, he does. Do you have a specific direction, or do you just want to?
Yeah, you know, I mean, it seems like you patched things up with Tony.
Oh no, no, don't no, definitely. Okay, so no, when Tony and I like had I would say we didn't have like a, wasn't like a long term falling out, but it was more like well, well, you're moving on with the project. Well, then good for you, kind of thing. Well, then I'm not going to play bass. It was sort of that thing where we just had like words, and but I think Tony and I will always be buddies,
Yeah.
and even though I haven't seen him in a while, I still feel like he's one of those people. Like even if I don't see him in a while, well, hold on one second. I just got an email.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sorry, I have to respond to an email while we're talking. So I'm gonna try and multitask. No,
Yeah.
no, we patched things up, and Tony and I are fine, and I think it was great that he got us both at the same time. And let's see, Greg Simpson, I think, does a very nice interview. He definitely, like, he's very, very, his format, he's very knowledgeable about everything, I would say.
Yeah.
Other than that, can't really say. I mean, he's definitely high energy.
Yeah.
Definitely like maybe high energy, but also like I don't know, speaking, and I don't know if this is for public consumption, but
It is.
Okay, so I felt maybe there's points where he's speaking above his normal tone of voice and he's trying to make it more exciting than what it really is, but
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else heard that, but that kind of threw me, to be honest with you, because we had like some pre-show convo or banter, and then all of a sudden, when we went quote unquote live, it was like, whoa, wait, where's the guy I was just talking
Yeah.
to? So that's that. And that's kind of it. Let's see.
How about Don't Let's Start? Because Dave and Jordan are also really good guys.
Yeah, no, David Jordan. I really enjoyed their podcast as well. I think I forget whose I did first.
I think you did Don't Let's Start first, because they came to your house in June 2019 to record
Gotcha.
an in-person interview, and
Gotcha.
the TMBP interview with Greg, the first one came after, in January 2020.
Gotcha. So no, I was very Jordan. So it's Jordan, right? His name is Jordan.
Yes, Dave and Jordan. There's two hosts.
Gotcha. But I would say Jordan is, the lead in the They Might Be Giants, knowledge base of that partnership, and then Jordan is like the perfect sort of, not like a side man, but just,
You said Jordan twice.
Oh, sorry, Dave,
Yeah.
Dave, and then Dave is the sort of side man, and they work well together. They have a really, really good way of working. In other words, I got the sense that Jordan was the real They Might Be Giants, even though they're both They Might Be Giants fans. Jordan maybe had a little more stripes on his strips. He earned a few more stripes along the way than Dave had, and but I was very impressed in there. Like, this was before AI and everything, and Jordan took the time to it took months for this podcast to be released, even.
Yeah.
And mainly because he was taking the time while he was painstakingly editing out ums and ahs and pauses, and missteps, and he really wanted this to be like a pro presentation
Yeah.
for the consumer, which was very, very admirable. So that's my point
Yeah.
um, about that. And um, I thought the questions were very good as well. I mean, up until that point, I had not really done any podcasts, so I wasn't you know, if you're not used to being interviewed and recorded, your if your voice, with your voice speaking, it could at times feel a little like, self-conscious, or you feel a little like you stammer and you stutter, and then at this point now, I mean, I feel like I'm just going to talk and be myself, and sometimes I sound like a most of the times I sound like a moron, and sometimes that makes sense. So but they're very, very good, very, very easy going guys, and I really enjoyed their interview. And I listened. I don't really listen to them, but I listened to some of them,
Mm.
and I got some very good feedback. I did share that with other people. My friends and neighbors, and look, I'm on a podcast. Check it out. And some people actually listened to it, and also thought it was very, very good.
Yeah. Yeah. And working drummer. That was kind of a one-off thing.
Yes, yeah, that was another honor, just an honor to be included. Um, I think we talked about it in the actual episode, but some fan of my work, or some good soul who recognized, my work, emailed me out of the blue one day and said, you would be great for this podcast, Working Drummer. And I looked up the Working Drummer podcast, and then I responded to the guy. I said, "Geez, that's awfully nice of you, but I got to be honest with you. It sounds a little weird if I myself get in touch with them and tell them how great I would be for their podcast. And would you, by any chance, mind just saying exactly what you just told me to the creators of the podcast?" And he did, and I think, short, almost immediately, I got an email like, this is perfect. We'd love to interview you. But that just laid there for maybe like a year, maybe more.
Mm.
And until we finally got to do the interview. And I felt that guy's questions were good too. I was very, very impressed with the fact that, like, he had listened to my work and knew that as a drummer, he knew the snare drum sounds, and he knew, you know, he had noticed some things that were very, very keen. So that was a
Yeah.
pleasure to be on that podcast. And if you've ever seen their site, I mean, they're very prolific. They have like a podcast out like every other, seems like every other day, but probably every week.
Yeah. Um, Going back to something you said on that podcast that I was really just wondering about. Do you really use the same Yamaha kit every day, all the time? I mean, all the time, or is it just, or do you have different ones? Or
Yeah.
is it the exact same one?
No, the exact same one every day, all the time,
Mm.
every way. And it's if it and I don't know if I mentioned this, but this was the kit that I played, like, for instance, on John Henry.
Yeah.
And I bought this kit back from a local studio. I don't know, did I talk about this on
No,
the
I think you mentioned that you used the same Yamaha kit on the podcast, but you didn't elaborate.
Yeah. So no, I used this Yamaha kit. Was an early Yamaha drum kit that I bought in the 80s, when the Yamaha brand as a musical instrument company
Mm-hmm.
was almost ridiculous, like almost like crazy. Like, it would be like, I don't know, buying a I don't know. I can't even think of it. Like some company that doesn't make, like a Black Rock guitar or like a Fidelity bass drum or something like companies that like Yamaha. It's like was just getting into the musical instrument world. It seemed, uh, but it's probably not true. They've probably been in the music instrument world forever. But everyone in New York was making a big stink about their drums because Steve Gadd was using Yamaha drums now. He had turned from Pearl to Yamaha, and I bought an early Yamaha drum kit, and it sounded so great at that time. It was finally. I don't know if you're a drummer or you know any drummers, but up until let's say like the 70s or the 80s, drummers were always battling with like how the drum head sat on the on the shell, called the bearing edge.
Mm.
You'd have to kind of fuss over the hardware, and it was drumming, like the maintenance and the sort of workarounds were a big thing of drummers. But when Yamaha came out, all you had to do was like set them up and play them, and they sounded fantastic. So anyway, I bought this kit, and then I continued to play this kit from that time. Let's say I bought it in like '86, played it all the way up through, up until They Might Be Giants. Used it on tour with They Might Be Giants. Recorded John Henry with They Might Be Giants, and uh, um, then on maybe I think my last tour with They Might Be Giants, I I could not get, and this is what some musicians do. You partner up with product companies,
Mm.
and they're called endorsement deals, and sometimes they're really good, and sometimes they're. I mean, I could not get a drum company to sort of sponsor. Not even, I mean, because you're not asking for free stuff. What you're doing is really you're asking, you know, them if while you're on tour, if you could represent their product and proudly display it and promote it in that way. And it seems like it's a great deal for the artist and for the company. So, for instance, I did that with a cymbal company, and they were happy to do it. And Yamaha had no interest at all. So I started to tape up the Yamaha logo. I put black duct tape over the Yamaha logo on my front bass drum, just because I could have just bought a whole new bass drum head, and so I loved this drum kit, but I at the same time there was a drum company that really wanted to work with me, smaller drum company called GMS from Long Island,
Yeah.
and they also make great drums. And I actually ended up selling my Yamaha drum kit to a studio, professional recording studio in Bedford, New York. I know the owners, and I'd worked at the studio a bunch, and
Mm.
they didn't have a house drum kit, and they were like, "Great, we'll buy it." And so I sold it to them, and then I got my GMS kit, which I played for my remainder of days, and They Might Be Giants. And then years went by, and you know, if you're touring, your stuff is in big cases, and you have bigger drums, and you have a lot of stuff. So I've started to pair like sell off some stuff and just kind of pare down.
Mm.
So the short story is that up until I'm going to say from 2005 to I don't know, very very recently, I was playing a really simple Pearl drum kit, their export series, that sounded great. I tuned it up great. I used it on a lot of recordings,
Mm.
and sold pretty much everything else that I owned until about a year and a half ago. I got a call from that studio that I'd sold those Yamaha drums to, and they said, unfortunately, for various reasons, we're shutting our doors, selling off some gear. I just thought I would give you a call to see if you'd be interested in your drums. getting your drums back?" And I said, "Absolutely." And I don't live far. We live like 20 minutes from each other.
Mm-hmm.
So I instantly drove up there, bought my drums back, and then for the last year and a half, I have them set up in my house, and that's basically the way I work. Like I have my one kit set up, it's mic'd, it's ready to go. I do have other snare drums that I play and swap in and out, but the same cymbals, same drums, same drum heads, same everything. I don't really swap. I don't, I don't really change up the configuration much anymore.
Yeah. It interested me because on the liner notes to Factory Showroom, Brian thanks GMS Drums, Peisty Cymbals, Vic Firth, DW Inc., Evans Drumheads, and Pure Cushion.
Yeah, yeah, because GMS was the drum company, but there was some of those sessions that the Giants had rented DW drums
Mm-hmm.
that I ended up playing. So it wasn't like I had an exclusive, arrangement with GMS where like, because I think some drummers might, like every time you play, you have to not only thank our drum company, but you have to use our drums on the recordings and so on. But um, I don't know how the DW came into it, but well, I think I have an idea. We had a technician named Artie Smith who
Mm-hmm.
was a beloved. He was very well known in New York City as like the gear guy and guitar tuner and drum tuner, and he rented instruments. And I don't think he's with us anymore. I think Artie passed away, but he was. He knew everyone in town. He was everyone's drum tech. He's been to every session. Knew people like Sting and Paul Simon. And anyway, he was our tech for some of those sessions. And I think he recommended that we just rent a DW drum kit for some of the sessions. And I was like, absolutely, go ahead, because then he takes care of it. He puts new heads on it and tunes them and maintains them throughout the sessions.
Mm-hmm.
Pure Cushion, I think, was like an auxiliary percussion company that kind of supplied us with stands and some shakers and some extra hardware.
Yeah. Well, I want to.
But you do that,
Hmm?
yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to move on to because this is still for your Wikipedia page. Um, I want to move on to the autobiography that you tried to write. Because are you still trying to write it?
Yes.
Yeah, you've been
Yeah,
working on that for 13 years or so.
I know. And it's funny because Jordan asked me about it, and truth is that I wrote an outline for it, which was I just kind of like a first draft, like bullshit outline, and I'm gonna talk about this, and I'm gonna do this and that and the other thing. And I posted it, I think, on my blog once, and then years later, I'm interviewed by Jordan after not having done anything with this, and Jordan said, "So, so where's your?" He said, "I have the outline to your book now." So I think we discussed it during the podcast. The outline, and if we
Yes.
didn't, then maybe he edited some of it out. But and and I was, oh geez, like, and I realized that people can get whatever they want on the web, whether you've deleted it or not. The truth is that recently, like as of like the last 6 months, so you and I are speaking in July of 2024.
Yeah.
Since like January of 2024, I've been, I don't know, I produced somewhere around 100 pages of an autobook. I don't know if what the difference between a memoir and autobiography would be, but it also ends up being some of a memoir of just my stories, and maybe could be somewhat of a how-to,
Mm-hmm.
uh, like a how-to guide for anyone who might be interested in either being you know a, a sole proprietor or an independent contractor or an artist, like a sole artist, you know whether you're a musician or whatever your medium is. So I think I mean, I have a good amount. And as I told you in an email a couple weeks ago, that I just felt of course, I'm at a point now where like I don't want to read it. I don't want to touch it. It doesn't seem great. I'm like, the stories just seem forced, or maybe there's not enough stories, or you kind of wish that there was a different way of doing it. But I think that my next step will be to sort of flesh out, piece by piece at a time, and really that's it. I've no other time. I've got no timetable other than I've thought about maybe just sort of like teasing off just little segments of text that little segments of text on social media where I can read 2 paragraphs of a chapter or so,
Yeah.
even though the book may not be officially done for another 2 years.
Yeah. I'll,
So
this is what blurb.com says about an autobiography is the story of a person's life written by that person, and a memoir is a collection of memories written by the person themselves. And Grammarly says memoir and autobiography are often used synonymously. These two nonfiction genres are very similar, so it's easy to get them confused.
interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. Yes. Yeah. I don't know what it would be other than just me spewing my bullshit, basically.
Yeah, that's a secret third thing.
Yes, that's the secret third thing. And also I would go back to pieces of I've been going back to segments of it, and then realizing, oh, I left out a bunch here that I could have talked about, or a bunch here. So
Yeah.
so yes, the answer is so. I haven't really been working on it for 13 years. I kind of threw it out there probably 13 years ago, and Jordan brought it up maybe like, what was that, 5 years ago?
4 years
And
ago, yeah.
four
4 or 5.
years ago, yeah. And then I would say within the last year, definitely the last 6 months, I've churned out a good amount, and now I'm just kind of letting it coast a little bit so I can get some perspective on it.
Yeah. I do want to add some sections on your Wikipedia article, like influences and personal life. Personal life sections are usually like rather sparse, and you can say as little or as much as you want about your personal life. Like Eric gave me, like, he currently resides in Los Angeles with his wife and 2 children.
Yeah. We could do the same. How much time do we have in this Zoom call?
6 minutes and 40 seconds left, but we can
Perfect. Well, we
do
have
this very briefly.
Perfect. Yeah. So personal
Speed
life
through
could
this.
be that I reside in Westchester, New York, Westchester County, New York, with my wife and 3 children.
Yeah,
That's fine.
that's it.
Yep.
Influences. Who would you say influences you, as a drummer, and then in general?
Sure. Drum influences would be Hal Blaine,
Oh yeah.
would be Ian Pace. You have to check the spelling of it. He's a drummer for Deep Purple.
Yeah.
Ian Pace. I don't know if it's Paice. I don't know. John Bonham.
Yeah, you're right with the spelling.
Okay, perfect. John Bonham, Buddy Rich, and Jim Gordon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's good enough. Because really, I do admire so many other drummers, but I don't really feel that. I mean, like, I talk about Steve Gadd a lot, but he wasn't really one of my like, these guys were the guys that kind of woke me up to drumming. Jim Gordon played on so many friggin' albums.
Yeah.
It was like, and it's a crazy good drummer. Well before Jim, even before Jim, he's older than Jim Keltner. Anyway,
Yeah.
so those are my influences. I would say as far as like musical influences would be. That's a great question. We could just say, I don't know if we could just talk about genres because I don't really have one or two bands.
Hmm.
I would say that let me just think about it for a second. Because I don't really have like one band that's like, oh, there. I studied everything about this band, for instance, or this artist, but you know,
Yeah.
my influences are a conglomerate. I mean, we could say something like that, or a merging of, you know, or as a result of a very active and diverse musical household. So, my parents listened to classical music and opera. Uh,
Hmm.
my older siblings listened to, you know, Motown and R&B music, and I was exposed to that. And then, I have a brother who's closer in age to me, and he and I were like the first heavy metal guys, and listening to Black Sabbath, and the first Edgar Winter Group album. No, sorry, the second one, which I would recommend to anyone.
Yeah.
To It's called Edgar Winter's White Trash. The first one is a little kooky. The first Edgar Winter album, I don't know if you've heard it. Have you heard it?
No, I haven't, but I know what you're talking about.
His second album, which is called Edgar Winter's White Trash, featuring Jerry LaCroix, is probably in my opinion, one of the best pop soul early rock records, ever. It kind of reminds me of, this is funny, and I don't know why I think of this, but it's kind of like if the Jeffersons had a rock and roll band, it would be it.
Yeah.
Because some of it sounds like Moving On Up and like church music, and others of it sound like really just crazy rock and roll. But it's really freaking good. So that's
Yeah.
that's 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 what I came up with, with from my siblings, I guess.
Yeah. Really cool stuff.
You got to go check that record out, by
I
the way. Edgar Winter's White Trash featuring Jerry LaCroix.
I have to now. Yeah. So, and that first one, because I like a bit of kooky music. I know you mentioned Frank Zappa the first time, and
Yes.
you know
I've
I
never I've never seen Zappa, and I was a peripheral Zappa fan.
yeah
Um, for instance, like you're maybe you're too young, but a lot of music that I got exposed to was like by way of like variety shows, or like talk show hosts
yeah
in the 70s, like the Mike Douglas show. Like Frank Zappa appeared on the Mike Douglas show.
yeah 1976
He
Black
did, didn't he?
Napkins.
So like that was one of my first, like, wow, Frank Zappa's on the Mike Douglas show, or like they would appear on Dick Cavett. I think definitely look that up. He
Yeah,
was
I
definitely on
love
Dick
Dick
Cavett.
Cavett,
Hmm.
and they both had John Lennon on their shows too, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um, and my grandmother really liked Merv Griffin. You ever hear that guy?
yeah, yeah.
And like she was like, and she knew, like I was like 6 years old. She was like, "You'll know if you ever made it if you're on the Merv Griffin show." So, but yeah, you would see a lot of bands that you were never exposed to on these like variety talk shows with like Don Rickles, or like, Dean Martin.
Yeah.
So I was just listening to that Edgar Winter.
Yeah. I saw
Um,
you sent it to me on the YouTube link
yeah,
on my email.
it does this. It just says Edgar Winter's White Trash, 1971. So
Yes.
but it does feature Jerry LaCroix, but it's pretty remarkable. The whole album.
Yeah. I was going to the record store. There's a local record store to me called Record Guys, 701 South Leggett, Abilene, Texas. If you ever come down here, please visit them. Um,
Okay.
but, because
Do they have that album?
I'm going today, so I'll
Oh, yeah.
see. But they do have a lot of Edgar Winter and Johnny Winter in like the W section, so I always see it. So I'll see if they have it today. Um,
It's a crazy because his first album is a little whimsical. I called it kooky. It's really good.
yeah,
It's very, very. It's almost like very thick, um, thick instrumental music. Like very like he's. It's very good, but it's not like it's not served up as like a pop music album, you
mm-hmm.
know. And
Yeah,
then he went directly to this album, which was just this is like almost like a church big band rock and roll record,
yeah,
and it was great. I mean, and then he went from this stuff to all of his other stuff in the '70s, like Frankenstein and so on. So
yeah,
pretty pretty cool. Yeah, let me know what you think.
yeah, yeah,
There's a song, the song that really, I mean, the whole album reminds me of the Jeffersons, but there's two of them, actually three of them. The second, third, and fourth song really could be like almost cut with like, if you're an animator, you should do like snippets of the Jeffersons and good times with this album as the soundtrack. It would be hilarious.
yeah, yeah. What do you think about Blood, Sweat, and Tears? That vibe I get with kind of what you're describing, especially with their self-titled album.
Yeah, this Blood, Sweat, and Tears is really good. I really
Yeah,
like them. However, this album, and I hope you'd agree, this is definitely more of a rock where they do rock and roll. It's like real rock and roll, and where they do like pop and R&B, it sounds like church music.
yeah.
So it's almost
Sounds like
sounds like
something I'm into.
they do it better than way better than Blood, Sweat, and Tears.
Yeah. Um, just winding up here. Is there anything that you'd like to add that we haven't discussed?
I mean, I guess the ending of the Wikipedia entry could is there a summary? You know,
Mm.
I'm still active at recording remotely and in person at my home studio.
Yes.
I still, um, you know, I remain you know, I teach in a school district in New York. You could just say,
Yeah.
and I still enjoy playing live and recording. I don't know, something of that nature.
Yeah. Finally, is there anything that you'd like to ask me?
In order to clarify this entry,
Just in general.
um, no, I don't think so. No,
All right.
I think you're good. You did good. You did good.
Yes. Thank you so much, Brian. I will get this Wikipedia article to you in a couple days' time. I'm going to be a bit busy today. Don't go away. I'm going to stop the recording.